to the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, day 2 of the 2026 Australian Age Swimming Championships, and we are just getting started. I'm Will Rollo, joined by two legends of the sports once again, Emily Seebohm, Matt Welsh on commentary. And Em, we've already seen some records go on day 1. We start day 2 in a similar fashion with a superstar on the rise, ready to go in event 20, the girls 17, 18 years, 100-metre breaststroke.
Yeah, Sienna Tui, she'll be great this morning. Obviously, last night in that 200 AM placed third, but we saw her at Australian Open. She won the 50 and the 100, and she looked very strong in that 200. So I'm excited to see what she can do this morning, whether she's going to really throw down this morning or save herself for that final. So we'll see if that record from Liesl Jones is going to go.
It's a big record that stands from 2003, 106.37. Matt, you saw Sienna in action last week at the Australian Open. How'd she look, and how do you think she's going to stack up today?
Yeah, she's one of many bright stars of the future here at the Australian Age Championships. She's only just off that Liesl Jones's record, 106.37. She's on 106.55. Also this morning, after a big win last night in the 200 back, Henry Allen is back in the 200 free, so let's see how he does as he rolls over onto the freestyle. And plenty more action, as you can see, with the events here today for day 2 of the Australian Age Championship here on the Gold Coast. Another beautiful day, a little bit cooler, I've got to say, not quite as much glare, so that might work in favour of the athletes this morning. Finishing off with the boys 15 to 16 years 800 freestyle. But as you said, Will, starting off with the 100 metres breaststroke for girls 17, 18 years. The crowd is starting to build as another big morning of swimming is ahead of us.
It's been great to have the support of the fans, both in the stadium but also tuning in on Nine's Wide World of Sports. Wherever you are watching along, you're witnessing Generation Next start their campaign through either the start of their career here at the National Age Championships or, like we saw yesterday, some coming towards the end. Matt, last night we saw 5 of the 6 state relays taken out by New South Wales. I had M. Seebohm a little bit upset, but Queensland made their impact on that last relay. And do you think we'll see a reaction today from the Queenslanders?
Oh, look, the state relays are a lot of fun. I'm a big fan of them. It's a great opportunity to showcase the best of the best and to get them into some really fast competitive racing. So hopefully another big day of swimming, and we're starting off with Heat 1 of the girls 17 to 18 years 100 breaststroke.
Take your marks.
So as called, here is event 20, Heat 1 of 6. This is the girls 17, 18 years 100-metre breaststroke. Sienna Tui starting fantastically in the middle of the pool, alongside her Bergen of Rackley as well. But as we go through the 25-metre mark here, Em, you can see the class of Tui starting to come to the front.
She looks very strong in this first 50. Obviously, we saw Sienna last week at Open, so what she really focused on was that back end, wasn't it, Welshie? She was so strong coming home in all of her races, but definitely taking it out hard, turning through in that 32.23, just in front of Bergen there in that 33.13. So this is where we start to see Sienna really make her move in those last 25 metres of this breaststroke.
Yeah, she almost comes up vertical, squeezes her elbows together, gets herself back into that streamlined position really quickly and driving herself forward. I've got to say, Kian Bergen right next to her is doing a great job. It's only a heat, I know, but this sets us up for a nice final tonight as the 2 fastest from this first heat come down to touch.
So the 2 17-year-olds lead the way, 109.73, the fastest through this morning. A great swim as called by Bergen in 5. Rounding out the top 3 goes the way of Ella Mounter out of lane 3. So relatively stock standard start. It's a good swim. Anytime under 110 is a great swim in the 100 breaststroke. And Matt, what did you take from that race?
Well, really setting the pace for, we've got 6 heats of this 100 metres breaststroke for 17, 18-year-old girls, and they're really setting the pace. Next up, Hayley McKinder, Julia Spedding, Ava Rolandson. They would have seen that time, obviously, and
Take your
that might affect their
marks.
pacing.
So some more great swimmers entering the water here. McKinda of Griffith Uni in the middle. There's the 1:07.61 personal best at 18 years of age. Spedding so strong in the 200 individual medley yesterday, and Olympia Pope just outside in lane 5. In fact, Pope battling here with, it looks to be Isabel Ray as they come down to the 50-metre turn.
Yeah, looking good here, Em. We saw them go out quite well in that first 50 of the first heat, and matching those times pretty much. McKinda from Rollerson and Spedding as predicted. But it's this second 50 that we really need to get onto. McKinda there, just that slight lean. You often see that with breaststrokers, don't you? Just leaning to one side. So she favours her right side as she comes down, and for a symmetrical stroke, it does seem strange that so many do, but with a really nice lead and trying to match those times from the first heat to get herself into that final comfortably. 109.89, so just outside the time set by Sian Tui from the first heat. 111.17 from Spedding. Rollerson in third, 112.01. And Ray did quite well, 112.79. I think that's sort of where the cutoff's going to be, isn't it? Somewhere around that 112. And
It's hard to tell because obviously they'll split into that 17, 18 year group tonight. But I don't know if you remember, Matt, at Opens, McKinda was the
Left
girl
off the
in the
blocks.
breaststroke, in the 200 breaststroke that didn't start.
I didn't want to bring it up. I felt there might have been too much PTSD for it. It was just such a strange thing. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, I was speaking to a couple of people after about that, and she just thought that it was such a long start, and we said that when they left. But she just thought that they were going to stand down, so she just almost like didn't.
Yeah, put a balance
Didn't
back
hear
foot and
anything.
sort of decided, oh, we're not going to be starting this race. Well, what happened was they did start the race. Everyone left except for her. She just stood up, put a hand on her mouth and realised it was all over.
But she knew she had age, so that's why I guess she took the pressure off herself and said, you know what, I'll come back next week and I'll blitz them. And she did a great heat this morning, so I'm excited to see what she will do tonight.
Take your marks.
So we now welcome in Heat 3 of 6, and apologies, now we do see Olympia Pope entering for lane 5 in Miami. Lily Koch swimming from 4. She was a 6-time finalist at last year's Age Nationals, including a silver medal in the 50, 100 and 200 breaststroke behind none other than Sienna Tui. So it's an exciting future for women's breaststroke, Matt.
Yeah, some really good depth in these seeded heats. So 6 heats in total. The top 3 seeds, top 3 heats, will have our top 30 swimmers, and our fastest will get the middle lane. So Lily Koch, our third fastest qualifier. So Koch, Pope, Smith, really big names in the breaststroke field, and that's why they're leading this third heat. So looking strong there, Lily Koch, 17-year-old from Melbourne Vic Centre, with a nice glide push forward. Really designed as a sprint stroke. Sometimes it's hard to get a sprint stroke, but Emily Smith coming back hard. In fact, with a little bit more pace, a little bit more momentum, Smith is going to touch first, 109.19, which is the fastest time of the morning. So really nice back end to the 100 breaststroke there for Emily Smith. 109.79 for Koch in second. Pope in third, just under the 110 mark, 109.96.
We knew Amelie was going to be good. She won that 200 AM last night, so very strong morning swim for her. Fastest time so far that we've seen, that 109.19. And what a strong back end. I didn't even see her in that first 50, but...
Oh, she's swum past them like they were standing still in the last sort of 5 to 10 metres.
Yeah, it really looked like Koch and Pope were going to come through with the first and second, but Smith with the win in heat number 3.
And she looks not only happy with the swim, but looks like she paced it well enough that it didn't really tax her that much. So nice swim there from Amelie, 109.19. Fastest so far. We're now into the non-seeded heats as the results are displayed. Looking at those times, she came back in that second 50 almost a second and a half faster than anyone else in the field.
Stand down, please, swimmers.
It's pretty unheard of in the breaststroke to be that quick on the second 50.
Was it 35.9?
35, yeah.
That is really
Everyone
quick.
else with 37.
37s, yeah.
Take your marks.
For the first heat of the unseeded heats, the fourth heat out of 6 here in the girls' 100-metre breaststroke, and it is a really tight field as to be expected. Just over a second separating 1 through 10 on the entry times here. It's a great start coming from lane 5, the Brisbane Jets athlete Isabella Calera, and she'll lead us through the 50-metre mark.
The girls in this fourth heat know what they've got to do to make those finals. This is a combined 17-18. Caitlin D'Souza, Ruby Simmons rather, 34.09 in lane 1. Lane 2, first place. Doing a really good job in that outside lane. It sometimes can be a real advantage being in one of these outside lanes. People don't see you. We've seen it time and time again. And she's really taken it out hard. And coming back with a strong second 50, almost Amelie Smith style, is Alexis Wright in 4. So she's coming over. She's probably passing with 5 to go. Looking good is Summer Sky Crisp out in the outside 0 lane, but Wright touches first on 1:13.6. Simmons in second, 1:14.5, and third of second back was Summer Sky Crisp. Evie Moore on the other side of the pool in for 4th. And Tiana Silva in for 5th. So all over the place. We usually see in that middle lane the fastest qualifiers. We know to look there by default. But they came from everywhere else in that race as well.
They did. Special mention to Summer Sky Crisp, para-athlete. So fantastic for her to be racing against those able-bodied girls. And a 1:14.86. So PB from the program. So that's a great job. We have a look at that warm-up pool. That is jam-packed with swimmers this morning.
Actually just noticed that she's got the time and was very, very happy with it. Fist in the air. So 2 more heats before we move on to the boys 17 to 18 years 100 metres butterfly. We have 9 heats of that event. So 2 more heats. We're just waiting for those times to be confirmed. It looks like we might have that now. So results confirmed. Alexis Wright taking out the 4th heat. And looks like we might have a little mini delay. I think someone's cap came off in the middle of that 4th heat, so the swimmer has just been allowed to head down the pool to retrieve it, and it means that heat 5 just got to wait a little bit longer. And look, this happens sometimes for many reasons. We've had some very strange ones, some very clear, obvious ones as well. Looks like the cap's been retrieved now, but they know just to calm themselves down and keep focused.
This just goes to show that anything happens when it comes to racing. You just have to stay focused on what you're doing.
Yep.
Don't let anything distract you.
Got to be adaptable.
Take your marks.
But the action continues now as we move to heat 5 of 6. Of course, the fastest through, it's St. George, 1:16.72. It's a great start across the field, but Matt, as predicted, with the entry times so close together, there's no real clear delineation, and leaders are coming from across the pool.
Yeah, about 2/3 of a second separating all 10 athletes in this 5th heat on paper, but already we're starting to see a little bit of separation coming into the wall. Isabel Yee touches first. Lucinda McCoy second. Lansbury in for third. But it really is almost a zigzag across the pool. Every second swimmer jumping up and trying to put their name into the ring. Still potential opportunities of making an A final in either the 17 or 18-year category. Now into that all-important second 50Ms. They're coming down to the walls. A nice battle developing between Lansbury and McCoy in 3 and 4.
Yeah, very strong. Also looking great is lane number 6. Coming home very strong under the flags. It's a battle between that 4th and 6th position. It's Lansbury out of lane 3 that takes the win. That 1:16.50. Fantastic swim from heat number 5.
Yeah, Lansbury and McCoy very close together, but Yee somehow in there to separate them. So nice swim there in the 5th heat. 1 heat to go, just 4 competitors in the final heat, as we see Amity Lansbury just checking out the scoreboard at the other end of the pool. There's 2 large displays at the far end of the pool, a little bit glary sometimes. One is the time and one is the feed here from the 9 Now coverage of the Age Championships. The warm-up pool where the swimmers will obviously warm up for the race, cool down afterwards. And sometimes they're going to have a race first up early, like this 100 breaststroke, and they may even have one later on. Sometimes it can get a little bit tricky trying to manage your cool down and looking after yourself between races, and that really can make or break a swim sometimes. So those times official from heat 5, heat 6 now on the block.
Big PBs last far, 0.75 of a second there for Lansbury to take the win. 6th and final heat now underway. We can see off the blocks 4 athletes as predicted into this race, and the best of the starts coming from Salia White of Nunawading, really leaping off the blocks. And Nunawading have had such strong stocks in the breaststroke ramp in the last, 30 years really.
Yeah, they produced some really fantastic swimmers. Obviously, one of my competitors was from Nunawading, Belinda Hocking in the backstroke. So they don't just produce breaststrokers, but great swimmers all around. And coming through on that first touch, it is White, 35.87 to take it out that first 50. And she looks really strong. Well, she's got a beautiful stroke. Not much glide, but she's so powerful in that drive forward.
Yeah, only about a quarter of a second separating these 4 on paper, but it's a different story when you throw them in the mix here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre as they're coming down. Angela York doing a great job pushing herself away as far as she can from Dennis next to her. Delilah McMahon in lane 5, but it is Salia White in lane 6. Coming down with 5 metres to go, a definitive win in this final heat of the 100 metres breaststroke.
What a result there for Salia White. She made the qualifying time by 0.01 of a second, and she's come here to drop another 0.3 off her personal best. So congratulations to Nunawading. Salia White taking out the 6th and final heat and finishing off event 20 for this morning. That was the girls 17, 18 years 100 metre breaststroke. The official results now being shown, and that PB confirmed for White on top. Summary of event 20. Of course, it'll be hard to tell who gets through the different age groups, but Amelie Smith, no doubt, on top with that brilliant 1:09.19. That is a fantastic way to start the program here on day 2 of the action, but it continues here as we welcome out event 21.
Move into the boys 7 to 18 years, 100 metres butterfly. I'm really excited to see this one. Charlie Lutton, he was the winner last year as a 17-year-old in that 53.67. So can he do it all again tonight as an 18-year-old? He will have quite the battle with Cash Milner in that second heat. Harrison Hackett in that second heat too. Got a famous name.
He does. And from the famous club of Miami too. So the nephew of the great Grant Hackett.
Take your marks.
So we're off and racing in event 21, heat 1 of 9. As we've said, Charlie Lutton, the defending champion, swimming from lane 4 with the best of the starts. Brisbane Grammar strongly represented through Lutton. 53.67, the time to win last year. The Junior Pan Pac qualifying time for this year, 54.25. So, Matt, as we go through the halfway mark, you can see the class starting to show out.
Yeah, butterfly, doesn't matter if you swim it fast or slow, it's still pretty demanding. So Charlie Lutton's felt, well, if I'm going to do it, I better do it right. And he and Luke Montez next to him are really pushing ahead in this heat. Not a lot between the rest of the field, and this depth in butterfly is fantastic. They're trying to do everything they can to keep up with Lutton, but with 5 minutes to go, I don't think they're going to get him. And a very nice swim coming down to touch. A little bit closer than I think we thought with a little bit of space to go. Lutton gets in first at 53.83. Luke Montez 53.97, so about 5 metres out. The gap was definitely larger. Kreutzberger in for third at 55.03. And Anderson held on for fourth.
Montez really came home strong the last 5 minutes. I watched him under the flags and he was almost going to get there on the walk too. So it came down to that touch. I don't know if Lutton sort of just eased off ever so slightly on that last 15 metres, but he looked very strong and powerful. 53.83 morning swim. That's very impressive.
Yeah, I do like a morning swim that takes the first bit of the race out seriously, and you can probably just dial back the intensity as you go on. The tough, fatiguing bit at the end of the race is quite a good part of the race to back off to save yourself for tonight. So I think that might be a bit quicker in the final tonight.
Matt, it's a big call potentially here, but 53.8 looking very comfortable there. The record sits at 52.7 by Jesse Coleman. Do you think it's any chance tonight?
Well, I mean, I'd hate to say we'll have to wait and see, but we've seen so many records being going lately that it would be great if that tradition continued, that streak. So heat 2 jumping up now, and I've said it before, but anything done well looks easy. Butterfly is not easy. These guys will really make sure they get out well in this second heat and give themselves the best chance for a finals berth tonight. So Cash Milner in the middle of your screen. Carlos Musa in lane 5. Caden Gibson in 3. Eli Billman in 6. As they come down to the first and only turn in this 100 metres butterfly. And with a similar lead we saw to the first heat, Cash Milner touches first. Grayson Doig doing a good job out in lane 2 in third. And Harrison Hackett staying in the mix in the outside lane as well.
This is a very good swim here by Cash Milner. He went out hard and he's holding it on now, just starting to scale it back a bit, but this is a very impressive time. He's hit the wall there, 53.29. Jeez, it's setting it up for a good final this evening. Musa in second through 54.24, and Doig rounding out the top three, 55.34. But Cash Milner throwing it down for the 18-year-olds, 53 in the heat, and you'd love to see that.
Wow, what a swim that was, and he really took it out hard. 24.49 taking it out. I mean, Lutton in that first heat, 24.67, so 0.2 just there. So fantastic effort from him, and really came home strong as well. Didn't look like he let up at all.
Yeah, about half a second off his entry time, so great way to start the day.
We move now to heat 3 of 9. This is, of course, the boys, 17, 18 years, 100-metre butterfly. In the middle of the pool, Tristan War of Knox Pymble, a pair of them sitting in 4 and 5 as they make their way through the 30-metre mark. A great start out in lane 1 as well by Hardy of New Zealand, but it will be War leading us through, 25.11 on the turn.
Great first 50 there, 25.11. Great off the turn, but really strong out there is lane number 7 now on that turn. Looking very powerful that last 25 metres.
War What is it good for? It's very good for a back end of a 100 metres butterfly, although he's getting cut over the top. Burgess Mitchell coming through. In fact, it's Mitchell, Jack Mitchell coming through. He touches first at 54.52. Second through was Slatter, 54.96. Then Moore with a 55.18. So third heat of the 100 metres butterfly, 17, 18-year-olds. 9 heats in total. So good to see so much depth in this form stroke. And the times just keep rolling in.
Be interesting to see what the 17-year-old time's sitting at, because it is quite hard for those 18-year-olds. They are all very close, but I mean, Kreutzberger in that first heat was at 55, so you've got to think the 17-year-olds are sitting around that 55 mark, 56. But quite the tough battle for those 18-year-olds in this kind of fly.
Because it's such a tough event that you really need, you know, your muscle, you really need that power, that strength. It does make a difference, the age groups, as the boys grow older, having that extra 12 months of time in the water, time in the gym to strengthen their muscles and fine-tune their stroke. The times do continue to tumble.
Those records are going to be tough to beat, though. Those 52 marks, 52.7 for the 17-year-olds and 52.0 for an 18-year-old.
We'll see how they can challenge that, but for now, it is heat 4 in the water of 9, and we've seen exactly as you said, Em, around that 55 mark, the expectation to get through maybe a little bit faster for the 18-year-olds. That's a very swift time. You consider 54.68 got it done for the gold last year. Turning through in first, though, it's Burke out in lane 5 with the 25.8. So heat 4 turning it on.
Now, the advantage of being in the later heats is being able to see what times they are producing in those first 3 heats, the fastest heats, to see what times will make the A final. But obviously there is that chance of the B final too. So it's about giving all you've got this morning, and looking great out there is lane 2. Connell doing a great job of this last 5 metres. And he takes it on the touch, 55.87.
Touching in a full stroke, which is what we always want to see in the butterfly and breaststroke for that matter. But Oliver Connell, 55.86. Malik Amin, 56.08. Jet Burke, 56.44. So these times continue to come in and will be ranked to determine our top 10 for our A final, 11 to 20 for the B final for tonight in both the 17 and 18-year age group.
Our attention turns to heat 5 as they enter the water. A host of 57 athletes, 57.24 the fastest through, 57.64 the slowest through, but still battling through the opening 35 metres, and now sort of in a somewhat commanding position. We have lane 0, 4 and 9. In fact, that's the top 3 order as they turn through with a 25.86 leading us through. Matt, Jake Ridley doing a great job for Nunawading, but the fight is coming through Christou.
Yeah, Jake Ridley in the middle. Probably got a false sense of speed. He's well in front of Ethan and Lachlan Parker next to him. But it's Bailey Young in 0 and Nicholas Christou in lane 9. In fact, Bailey Young probably slightly ahead at this stage, depending on the touch. No, it's Sydney Kiddo down in lane 8. So Young was in front of Ridley, but it's Kiddo, 56.59 from Young, 56.73, only 14/100ths of a second back. Then Jake Ridley, then Christou Parker. The results now on your screen. And some really strong swims. The butterfly is not a complicated stroke, but it's a demanding one. And the pacing of the first 50 is so critical to be able to come back well in the second.
And now it is time for heat 6 to show us how they do it. Slightly smaller field here, missing lane 0 and 1, as you can see. Middle of the pool, once again turning it on as they go through the 25-metre mark. There is some good technique, though. You can see them really driving their hips high and looking to be leading at the halfway mark. It is lane 7, Atkinson.
Yeah, Cody Robinson with the long underwater, but it was Atkinson who had the best swim component. So Sam Atkinson, 18-year-older from Brisbane Jets, takes them through first, and coming down, he's looking even better. Ryan Allen looking good in the middle of the pool. Cameron Alal. And Kalgaropoulos in lane 2 looks to have the best of the rest, so he touches in third, actually, just. Atkinson from Yuan. 1/100th of a second between Yuan in second and Kalgaropoulos in third. And then Ryan Allen gets in for fourth. So 6 heats down, only 3 heats to go of the 17 to 18-year-old male 100 metres butterfly.
On the blocks now is heat 7. We've seen personal best throughout. See how they can do it here as we now move in to the water for heat 7. What a start there in lane 7, in fact. Gelati of New Swim, the 18-year-old, entered through with a 58.49, and he's doing a fantastic job as they come through. Matt, we've seen so many PBs through the first couple of days of competition, or through the first couple of events, and looks to be the similar fashion here on day 2.
Yeah, there is so much to watch looking across the pool. It's hard to work out where they're coming from. Ehrlich touching first from Gelatli in lane 7. And they're coming back now. It does look like Ehrlich, who's just holding them off. Also looking good. Hamish Price up in lane 0. It's tough in these outside lanes sometimes. Samuel Zhang in lane 2 doing his best. And Gelatli and Hodgkins touches first. So Riley Hodgkins in lane 1, Gelatli 2, Soka 3. So from all over, Iggy Brown in the middle of the pool in 4th. Times in those mid to high 57s. And most of these swimmers in that 17-year-old category. We come now to heat 8. All, in fact, at 17, except for Jackson Rothwell in lane 5.
So we keep the energy high here, the penultimate heat of the 100 butterfly. As you called out there, Matt, plenty on the line here as we move through the final stages. Of course, we'll see A and B finals for both the 17 and 18 years. So a spot up for tonight's final. Leading through, though, Rothwell, 26.8. That's a fast time if you consider the PB, 58.75.
Yeah, he took them out nicely, the 18-year-old, and bringing well off the wall, doing well off the wall, because he stayed under pretty much as long or longer than anyone else. It's going to demand your legs. Hopefully he can hold it off in this last 15. Harry Kuma, though, is coming back very strong. So Kuma, Warrilow out in lane 0. He's looking good too, but it will be Kuma. So Kuma, Rothwell, Barons, and McDonald. So 1, 2, 3, 4 in a line through the pool. So second last heat, still bringing the heat to this morning's swimming action. Only 4 competitors in our final heat. So step up on the block.
Take your marks.
The final heat enters the water here for the boys 17, 18 years. 100 butterfly, a great start from Lewis G. We saw Nana Wadding take out the final heat of event 20, looking to do the same in this final heat here. 4 17-year-olds all racing. The 100 butterfly, such a great event, but really towards the back end of these heats, we see a lot of 200 butterflies opening their account as well.
Yeah, Lewis G doing a great job in that first 50, 26.49. Really powering home on this last 50 as well. He's looking very strong, very high stroke. That butterfly is all about that power you produce with those arms, and he's doing a great job holding on to this lead as he comes down to the last 15 metres. He's still got that lead, but fighting back is Johnson in 4. But it will be G that will take out heat number 9. Fantastic job, 58.95. So PB from that program, so fantastic for him to get that time this morning, 58.95.
Yeah.
Lewis G.
Almost a second there, as you were saying, and that's a great way to finish off event 21. We stick with the butterfly though, as we welcome for the first time the 200 butterfly to the program. Quickly summarizing the events: Cash Milner on top, 53.29. That is going to be a mouth-watering final with Lutton, Montez, Musa, all the 18-year-olds leading the way.
And 3 boys under that 54 seconds. So that is going to be a really tight final between Milner, Lutton and Montez there. So I'm excited for that one. That is going to be a great race tonight.
But you're right, it will take a mammoth effort to get over that Jesse Coleman record, 52.0.
I don't see it going. I think that's just a very strong time, and I don't think those boys are just there yet. But maybe tonight with a great battle, it could be.
It's exciting to look for, as is this in the water now. Event 22, the first of 5 heats in the girls 13-14 years 200-metre butterfly. The fastest through in this event swims from 4, Abby Mersher of MLC Aquatic, and doing a fantastic job. The 200 butterfly, one of the toughest events on the program, there's no doubt about that. That's
right, but Abby is that distance swimmer, so she obviously swam that 400 free last night. A great effort from her, so the 200 butterfly is probably one of the toughest events on the program. So turning through in that 31.37, but actually it's McKay out in front from lane number 1, 31.0. So with the 200 butterfly, it's, I guess, do what you can this morning. Try and save as much energy as you can for tonight. I think after a big day of 2 400s, you really want to save some energy, but you might have to do a really big effort to even make those top 10 positions because it is so tight.
And as Matt said before, if you're going to do butterfly, it hurts if you go easy or hard. So you're better off committing to the race early, which is what we're seeing here by Mesha. McKay just sliding back into 3rd position. O'Rourke as well in that 400, sitting 2nd at the halfway mark. It's a tough life, the life of a young distance and medley swimmer, and Mesha's doing a fantastic job just to really drive those hips forward. When we look at a 200 fly, it's really important that your body position stays in the race throughout. Otherwise, unnecessary drag will just pull you back.
Yeah, I think it's important to be quite high in your stroke, but also you don't want to tax yourself out. So if you go up too high, you're using more leg drive, and obviously that 200 butterfly is all about the upper body. So you want to save those legs when you really can't do that upper body as high anymore. So you start seeing the butterflies get lower and lower as they go through. But Abby Messon doing a great job of this 200 butterfly, and she looks strong and powerful. She's really holding on for the last 25 metres, and hopefully she can produce a great time that will set her up in a great lane for tonight.
Yeah, the technique holding all the way through to the final 5 metres here for Mesha of MLC Aquatic. She's going to take this one comfortably, and she does, stopping the clock there, 2:22.82. Navakis in 2nd with a fantastic second half of the race. Out of lane 6, gets in 2nd, and O'Rourke early on in the mix for the lead. Finishes in 3rd, holding on with a 40.24 on that final 50. But it all was Abby Mesha, as you said. Just keeping that technique all the way through the race just enables you to, flow through and save as much energy as possible. But 2:22.82, just under a second off her personal best. That's a great swim in the morning.
Absolutely. Coming off that win in the 400 free last night, so a great morning swim from her. She might have felt a little bit sore after last night, but to come out here and to really push yourself in the morning is a great opportunity to put yourself in the best position for tonight. The better you can do this morning and the more you can get out of that, then it's almost like a reset for tonight and you can come back and really smash it. So fantastic effort from Abby Meshner there in lane number 4, taking out that heat number 1, the fastest time so far, 2:22.82, and only about a second off her personal best time, that 2:21.98. So there's really not much in it. So a great effort from her, and we'll see what she can produce coming back tonight and racing those girls again.
Yeah, it's a tough look on the first 2 days to have a 400 freestyle into a 200 butterfly, but I'm sure Mesher built tough at MLC Aquatic.
Absolutely, and she probably does lots of Ks
Yeah.
to help her get through that. If you're doing 400s, I would imagine she's going up as well with her program, and you'll probably see her in the 200 free and maybe in those long distance events too. So a great result from her to take out that heat number 1. It also gives an opportunity for this heat number 2 to have a look at those times that will be making those top 10 positions.
Take
See
your
how they
marks.
return fire. They are underway here in the water. We're missing lane 4, Wong of MLC Aquatic, training partner, of course, of Abby Mesher. Took out heat 1, so leading them early on, it looks to be lane 5, which is currently Murakami of Atlantis. Through the first 25 meters, this 200 butterfly just about setting up the pace as you go through. And you can see that being done in lane 5, 2:25.21, the entry time for Murakami. And now she leads through 31.06. That is a fantastic first 50M.
It certainly is. She's doing a great job of this 200 fly, and she's not scared of going out after it. So good on her, because it shows great strength to be able to go out there and to really push through from that first 50. Might scare her competitors a little bit too, so it gives her a little bit of an advantage. A very tight first 50, but she's looking strong coming into that 100-meter turn. She's still in front. She's probably got a body length on the field. And she will take that turn in that 1:08.35, so just off the pace of that first heat, so that 1:07.61. So not much in it at all, and she's really out there by herself racing.
Yeah, she looks very strong out in front, does Murakami, just really leaning on those arms, not getting as much as we would like from the kick at this stage, but potentially saving that for a little later in the race. It's a good battle in there for second between Fleming and Dua. Dua, one of the fastest through on that second 50, and now starting to build through is Hannah Fleming of Rackley. As they go down to the final turn, you can see Murakami now starting to come back to the field, and that fatigue starting to set in for sure.
Yeah, Fleming now is trying to make her move, so they're only less than a second between both those girls, but Murakami, they're doing a great job in 5, holding on to this lead, and I don't think Fleming's going to be able to catch her. Fleming in that second position. Murakami there in lane number 5. She's proved that she was strong enough to take the first 50 out, the 100 and that 150 turn, and it's coming down to the last 15 meters. Fleming's coming strong now, but she's holding on for the win. Murakami there in lane number 5. She will take out that heat number 2, that 2:26.18 in front of Fleming there, 2:27.02.
A tough old event, the 200 butterfly, but well done to Murakami, committing to the race early, 31.06 on that opening 50, just descending through as well, 37, 38, 39, to touch in 2:26.18. We'll get confirmation of the results shortly, but Fleming has called second there. Rounding out the top 3, Harper Mulcahy. Very busy program for the Mulcahy sisters at this program, and Harper representing that family well, finishing in 3rd out of Heat 2. 3 heats to come. We welcome Heat 3 to the blocks, and Matt, as we get ready for this one, Natasha Link in lane 4, looking very confident behind the blocks.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see so many girls throwing that in the ring for the 200 metres butterfly. 5 heats in total. And we're basically halfway through here with the 3rd heat in the water. The Australian records are quite impressive especially Maddie Groves, 14 years record of 2:11.31, set in 2009. Potentially a bit of a supersuit swim, but regardless, a fantastic 200 metres butterfly as Natasha Link takes him through on a 30.98, so swiftly out in this third heat. She's the third fastest qualifier in the entire field, which earns her lane 4 in this third heat. So second through Charlton in lane 2 at the halfway mark, and Mika Harbour. And it does look like Millie Charlton is just trying to push herself up to get even closer to Link in the middle of the pool. So Link at the halfway mark, only about a third of a second ahead of Charlton, and she only had about a quarter of a second ahead of Adela Jai in lane 5 in third. So this third 50, they're really starting to push. And if you want to come back tonight for a final swim, this is where you're going to have to make the decision to push yourself into uncomfortable territory, especially in the 200 metres butterfly.
So right, Matt, if you don't commit to it, you're not going to be rewarded. And turning through, it's almost a battle in 3, as you called. Link leads through, though, with 50 to come. Sitting in second now off that turn is Gia for Norwood. Starting to storm through as well. You can see just such a battle. Charlton of MLC up at the top in lane 2. That is the race in 3 with 15 metres to come. Of course, final spots on the line for both the 13 and 14-year-olds. Gia, the 13-year-old, the other two 14 years of age, and leading now Charlton. But here is a fight from Link, and she gets her hands on the wall second. Charlton on first, 2:25.20. Great resilience to fight through all the way to the finish, committing to the technique, head down the last couple of strokes, and rewarded with Heat 3's victory here. Millie Charlton, a fantastic job with a 2:25. That's a 3-second PB to take out Heat 3 here.
Yeah, resilience is exactly right, Will. Fantastic stroke, fantastic racecraft and pacing, but being very resilient to hold on to the end, Millie Charlton. She definitely had her head in front. They both hit the wall on a full stroke, but it was just who could stretch out the most, and she got to that wall first, as now the fourth heat up on the block.
So we keep the energy high here as we move now to the first of the unseeded heats in the girls 13-14 years 200-metre butterfly. We are missing lane 3 from this event, so a late withdrawal from Arabella Scott of Melbourne Club. And swimming strongly looks to be lane 2, Montana Townley, as we come down to the far side of the pool. But also swimming out in lane 7, it is Dixon, who almost hit the lead in front. No, in fact, it is Lee in the middle of the pool that takes the lead for PLC Sydney.
Yeah, not a lot between all of the athletes here, especially the first 4. There was about a quarter of a second separating the top 4, with Lee, Dixon, Van der Westhuizen down in lane 8. As they're coming down, and a really nice second 50 just to push that little bit further in front of the field from Lee. She comes down, oh, big stretch onto the wall.
Sometimes a little training special, that, Matt, where you have to lean a bit harder into the turn.
Yeah, I really thought, I wasn't sure if she was going to take another stroke or that was going to sort of mess her momentum up. But she managed to get around. She touched first at that halfway mark. And doing a very good job on those outside lanes, Dixon and Van der Westhuizen. So they're second and third at this stage. Fourth is Souza. Townley in 5th. Bochanek in 6th. And then Toller and Cam in 7th and 8th. Now down to the final 50. See how much energy has been expended. Dixon touching first with 50 to go. Then Van der Westhuizen in second. Lee's fallen back to third, but can she pull out a huge last 50? Sousa's coming back, potentially getting in front of Lee, but it's going to be Dixon and Van der Westhuizen in lane 8. So Tisha Rain comes down. She touches first at 231.95. Dixon in second, 232. Townley coming over the top of Lee to get third. Fifth to Sousa, then Tola, Bochanek, Cam. But great last to 50. Kept herself in the mix for so much of the race. Van der Westhuizen from in lane 8, that outside lane, but a fantastic last 50 to really dominate onto the wall. So fifth and final heat now getting ready to race before we move on to the boys 13 to 14 years 400 metres individual medley. The 6 heats of that. Again, another great indication of the strength. So results of heat 4.
It's a tough little double there for the 13-14 years to go from the 200 fly to the 400 AM. Obviously splitting the genders, but we'll see how the fifth and final heat stacks up as they now enter the water. A little bit of a late start there from Haliki Lee in lane 8, but underway now and swimming strongly is Lila Wagner in 6. 15 metres certainly can't predict a 200 butterfly, but it is a good indication of who's ready to go. And we're seeing Wagner really sit near the front, but the battle coming from across the pool as well as Huang looks to be the leader as they come down with 5 metres to swim to the first turn.
Yeah, Huang in lane 3, Young out in lane 9. In fact, it's Young that touches first. 32.74 then Huang. And Venegas in lane 1 is third to the wall. So Peiki Huang in lane 3, staying in front of Mare in 4. But Molly Young with a great lead in this early part of the race and had the best of that first 50 out in lane 9. So we see there Peiki Huang in lane 3 with well over a body length lead ahead of those around her, and she's maintained it. Young's fallen back, probably been taken by Vanegas in lane 1. So Molly Young just falling back there a little bit. She's on the 400 free, so we know she's got a bit of distance training in her. But in this 200 butterfly, it's Peiki Huang in this final heat of the girls 13 to 14 years 200 metres butterfly that has really gone out hard and is holding on. Entering quite wide at the front of the stroke and very light through the water. Not doing too much load, keeping the rating up. And especially with only 1 lap to go, keeping that efficiency is absolute key. So 149.37, she's got that lead, about 3 seconds on Molly Young. Waterson next to Huang in lane 2. She touches through third. Then Poppy Haitley in lane 8, trying to match Molly Young. But final heat now of the 200 metres butterfly, and it's Huang who has really taken control of this race. Molly Young coming back. She looked like she had a bit of a gap, but that 400 free training is coming in hard. She might get there first. She does. A 228.64. What a way to finish the 200 butterfly. Almost had a little holiday in the middle of the race. She lost a fair bit of distance there, but gained it all back and more to pull out a very strong swim. Came in with an entry time of 2:38, and this has gone to 28.
She looked like she had too much left in the tank at the end. that second 50 and that third 50 for her, for Molly Young, with that 39 point. But then on the last 50, she was able to go 36 and a half.
36 and a half. No one else in the field broke 40. So she was a good 4 seconds quicker than anyone in the last 50. It was a great swim, but I feel the pacing could have been better.
I feel like she needed to make a move in that third 50 and then see what she could do on the last 50.
Yeah, she dropped a lot of pace in that second and third 50. She was right up there in the first 50 when she thought, oh no, this is too fast.
Yes.
You know, I do need to back off a little bit, otherwise I'm going to hurt. And then she backed off and thought, oh, I think actually I backed off too much. And she's pushed it. So I do think the pacing could be improved, but considering it wasn't a perfect swim and she took 10 seconds off, potentially a name to watch for the future. Speaking of, the 14 years Australian record held by Ian Thorpe. So as a 14-year-old, he went to do some good things, didn't he?
Just a couple.
Yeah.
Just a couple.
Just the name rings a bell.
Take your marks.
So we do welcome out our first of 6 heats here in the boys 14 years 400 metres individual medley. Thomas Penny enters the water in lane 4. He has, as we said yesterday, such a massive program here this meet. 13 individual events. We saw him in action in the 200 freestyle final, Matt. To see the double from the 400 IM and the 200 freestyle, it means you're going to have to be quite versatile to get through it all.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the training, I guess an advantage in some ways is the training of the 200, 400, whether it's 400 free, 400 IM, and potentially even a few races, much like the 200 fly we just saw. They're similar in somewhat. They're similar energy systems, and that's the thing in swimming training is there's multiple levels of training. There's system training where you're training your aerobic system or your sprint system or both. Then there's obviously form training, so actual stroke training and technique training. And then there's race pace training. And so there's a lot of overlap in many races. And some swimmers who do have the technical ability to race multiple strokes can really benefit from that overlap and work in events that, like you say, the 200 free, the 400 IM, as Thomas Penny is good in the middle of the pool, our fastest qualifier coming into this, but after 100 metres of butterfly, it touches second behind Jacob Deere. So third to the wall at that 100-metre mark was Eamon Engel. And then Bradley Honour in lane 7. But Penny now into the backstroke, really taking charge of this race. So very nice, easy, conservative butterfly. Now starting to push the backstroke. And he's got about a 2-second lead over Jacob Deere next to him in lane 3. McCarthy out in lane 6. Very close to Jacob Deere.
It's a great point you make there, Matt, about the versatility between the strokes. And as we come down to the halfway mark, you can see the dominance start to be shown here by the young Thomas Penny. He's listed as a visitor. He obviously does train at Sydney University, but South African through citizenship. So he lists here as a visitor. It's something that you've been big on, and talking about the versatility, especially through those younger age groups. And as we just talked about, the record currently sitting with Ian Thorpe as the 14-year-old, 4:26.42. He's got some impressive records, but that's up there with the best. And it shows that even some of the best swimmers that mature really early on still need to be racing a multiple strokes.
Yeah, I've spoken about this quite a bit. Is not as a youngster, narrow vision of what you want to do. Have a big vision of all the events that you can do, and then you have so much time later on to really fine-tune and work out which one is your best strength.
And specialise then, yeah.
Yeah, I think don't do that early. Have a range of different events that you're going to do and just have a try. For me, I wasn't that good at breaststroke, but I still did it, and I had fun with it because there was no pressure to that breaststroke. So for me, it was the enjoyment of doing something different at a competition as well.
And the more you race, the more experience you get. And that helps all of your races as they come down now to the final leg of this 400 individual medley. Penny holding out from Deer. Bull in third. Kiddo in lane 1 is fourth through. And now just a matter of holding together in this freestyle. They'll be exhausted from the butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke, 300 metres they've just swum. But anything you've got left, throw into this last 100, and you never know, you might get a PB or even pass. And I've got to say, Jacob Deere has come right up alongside Penny. He's trying everything he can to get in front of him. They're both breathing to the same side, so now advantage to Penny. He can see exactly where Jacob Deere is. Deere changes sides to breathe to his left so he can keep an eye on Thomas Penny, and potentially Bull and McCarthy back there as well. So he needs to be as efficient as he can. I've got to say, it looks like he's putting in less effort than Thomas Penny, but actually going faster. This is going to come down to the wire. Penny will get there, but it's a lot closer than it potentially could have been. So Penny from Deere, McCarthy from Bull, and Kiddo in for fifth.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Deere did look like he really settled into that last 50. Didn't look like he was trying too hard, just a long, smooth stroke. And yeah, it worked out to his advantage. So was able to hold on for that second position. So those top 2 times, 4:46.33, 4:46.89. We head into heat number 2. That was heat number 1.
So much young talent on show here. The 2026 Australian Age Championships, day 2. What
Take your
day
marks.
the Gold Coast is putting on. And we welcome into the water now. Heat 2. Matt, we saw some great swims yesterday. Arguably one of the very best. Swimming from lane 4, the 200 freestyle champion from Nunawading, Hantang Wang, won that race from lane 8 with a 1:53, and he's entered here in lane 4. Quite a versatile youngster.
Yeah, Em and I were just speaking about this earlier, and Em was reminding me, first in that 200 freestyle, third in the 100 back, and really showing his versatility here in the 400 AM.
I'm excited to see him in the breaststroke of this 400. We know it makes a big difference in the medley being very strong in that breaststroke. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe he saves himself a little bit more on the backstroke leg and then really powers through in the breaststroke, because that's where I feel like sometimes the medley races are won, in that breaststroke, because freestyle is sort of, everyone can do a good freestyle.
Yeah, the difference between a good freestyle and an average freestyle is marginal. It's, you know, maybe a second here or half a second there. But breaststroke, we see some splits where there's 5 more, even up to 10 seconds difference across 100 metres in the breaststroke. So huge gains can be made. And they're so fatigued. They've already swum 100, 200 metres to 250 metres halfway through that breaststroke. There's so much more fatigue in that final form stroke that really can be the differentiator.
So Wang was half a second behind on that 100-metre turn, and now he is almost a second and a half on that first 50. And look how he's pulled away from the rest of the field. So this will be interesting to see if he's really... He doesn't look like he's overly using his legs a lot. He looks really smooth through that backstroke. So it'd be interesting now when he moves to that breaststroke, if those legs come into play a bit more, and he's quite strong and powerful in that breaststroke, but a beautiful backstroke leg. But it seems like he's just let go of the gas a little bit on that second 50.
Yeah, very nice, conservative, controlled 100 metres back in the middle of this 400 AM and into the breaststroke. He's got a nice long breaststroke glide. Looking across the field to see where any challenges will be coming from. We spoke about it last week, a little bit of looking up at the screen. Potentially in this breaststroke, the swimmers could look up and see the screen at the other end to see where they're at. But it is all eyes on Wang in the middle of the field.
Technique looking really strong here, Matt, and you can often see that with the youngsters when they get into the breaststroke, they try and rush it a little bit too much. And as you said yesterday, a simple stroke, sometimes the best stroke, and that's what Hantang Wang is holding on to. Ko starting to move through for Singapore out of lane 5, but a very impressive performance. And Matt, this is something that can be quite dangerous when you have such a strong freestyle as well. If you can put together that second 100 or second 200, it's almost impossible to lose a 400 IM.
Yeah, Ko with a really strong breaststroke here. He's absolutely charged through the field. Looking at their stroke, I didn't think that Hantang Wang was going to get much of a competition, but that second 50 was huge of Ko. He swam about 3 seconds, just more than 3 seconds faster in that 150-metre leg. The previous 50 was another couple of seconds, so really big swim there. Now into the freestyle. We know that Hantang Wang has a great freestyle, and he should be able to get over the top of Julian Ko, but that was a brilliant 100 metres breaststroke there, an exactly perfect illustration of what you're saying, Em, of that importance of the 100 metres breaststroke.
Yeah, that was a powerful breaststroke for Ko, and that's where we see a lot of the moves being made in that 400 IM or medley. But look at this battle we have on our hands. Wang and Ko there. Wang had such a powerful backstroke, and it seemed like he let go of that second 50. So I think Wang still has a lot more in the tank, and we'll see what Ko can bring back tonight for that final. But a beautiful swim for Wang there, that 4:49.17. Sorry, Will.
Oh, no. A juicy lineup for the final here. The 14-year-olds taking out the first heat through Penny, and now we've had two 14-year-olds in Wang and Ko that will go head-to-head this evening, which is exactly what we want to see, Em. The 14-year-olds standing up, the mixed age groups coming in this year, making sure that those heats are really competitive, and that's what we saw all the way through to the finish. Both Wang and Ko leading the way, 4:49.17. So just a fraction off the time what we saw take out the first heat. But the good news is they can line up together this evening, and expect to see some more boys in that final that on the blocks here in Heat 3. 3 of 6, of course, in event 23.
Stand down, swimmers.
And we welcome back to the commentary booth Gary Barclay. Thanks for joining us this morning, and what have you been seeing so far this morning?
I think it's really interesting just watching those who raced yesterday coming back again this morning and seeing how they get back up, and they're straight back into it.
And straight into this one as well. Heat 3 of 6, the first of the unseeded heats enters the water. Stefan Grant of Nelson Bay entered through the fastest, swimming from 4, but a great start out in lane 1 through Cruz Thomas Irvin. And you said that was the secret to an 8-day competition, as well as treating every day as if it is day one.
Yeah, so I ran into a parent this morning, and they mentioned that their swimmer last night didn't do as well as what they thought. And I think this is just an opportunity then, if you feel like that, to then come back stronger the next day. You know what? This is what I did wrong yesterday. This is what I want to do right today. You can always take little bits. And I think when you have a bad swim, it gives you more information than when you have a good swim, because sometimes those good swims just come together and you don't know how that happened. But those bad swims give you little segments that you can take and go, oh, I need to improve at least this much.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, to your point, Gary, is where you've been impressed this morning to see those that have come back fit and firing. And even, sometimes, as we were saying yesterday, and the highs are never as high as you expect, and the lows never as low. And Gary, who's sort of impressed thus far?
Well, I thought the girls' 100 metres breaststroke was very good right at the start. And looking forward, there were a couple of girls a touch slower than what they would have hoped. And I just caught up with a couple of them, and they're going back to reset. So they're going back and they're going to have a sleep and come back tonight ready to really fire.
and the 13-year-old, 14-year-old boys here. It's been a tough opening 2 days of competition, the 200 freestyle into a 400 medley, as a host of other races as well. It's a tough way to start the program.
I think it doesn't matter what day it is, Will. Like, you wake up and you focus on what you've got that particular day. And for these boys, they would have put yesterday behind them, and they'd be setting themselves up in this race right now to, put their best foot forward.
In the heat before, we saw Hatang Wang take that win. Yesterday, the heats weren't really his strong suit. He won the 200 freestyle out of lane 8, and I think he was in lane 7 for the 100 backstroke final as well, where he was on the podium. A very deliberate message to take the heat out today.
Very much so, and I think when you have an athlete that's going to do multiple events across the week, it's a real balance as a coach and an athlete to get that balance right and to know how hard to go. When you get to the international stage, you have to go hard, and that's even at a junior level. So, to practice going hard in heats is very, very important too.
Absolutely. And going hard at the moment, Archie Wright leading the way as he comes through the first 50 metres of the breaststroke. There's a big move coming from Cooper Scott, who will turn in second here after a strong 50-metre breaststroke there. 43.36 for Cooper Scott in lane 7. And just as you predicted in Heat 2, the best of the breaststrokes, they managed to find their way to the front.
Yeah, Gary, it'd be interesting to see what you think about a 400 IM, where I always think the breaststroke is so important, and we see a lot of changes in that breaststroke leg. So those backstrokers sort of relax a little bit to hold on for that breaststroke, because we see so much change in that breaststroke leg. Where do you think the make or break it point is for a 400 IM?
It's definitely the breaststroke leg, and I think because you spend more time doing breaststroke than you do any other stroke, as we see the boys turn into the freestyle, and that advantage of 1 metre becomes 2 or 3 metres, turning from breaststroke into freestyle. But definitely the breaststroke. You spend more time doing breaststroke than any other stroke. It is the slowest of the 4 strokes. So being good at breaststroke is really important for a 400 IM.
And that is certainly playing out here. We saw Cooper Scott split through the 125 on that breaststroke section, and it's given him a substantial lead into the final turn. We've seen need to be around 4:55, I think, to make it into tonight's final. Cooper Scott, the 14-year-old of Wodonga City, out of lane 7. He should be around that 5 or 4:55 mark.
We haven't seen actually a lot of 13-year-olds that yet this morning. There's only been 4 up in this heat. There's 2, and we saw 2 earlier. So those 13-year-old spots are still open for grabs. So 10 spots for the final. So those 13-year-olds still have plenty of chances. And Cooper Scott there takes the win in heat number 3, 4:55.26, a 4:59.07 for Archie Wright there. So great job getting under that 5-minute barrier for those boys in the 400 AM.
Yeah, that will go very close to putting him in contention for this evening. 4:55, usually bang on the money for the 14-year-olds. That's, Gary, that's sort of been the case for the last 10 plus years. We've got 6 heats here, so clearly the depth coming back into the 400 AM. So what's sort of the secret to bringing that success through to the senior team?
I think, first of all, having that foundation. So understanding that we have the numbers of kids doing the different events, and it's something that's really impressed me so far during these championships, is that we're getting good numbers in our 400-metre events. We had a really good night last night of finals, but what's really pleasing is, we're seeing coaches and athletes focus on a whole range of events. It's not just sprint, it's not just one stroke, but right across the board, and having 6 heats in this double age group, boys 13-14 in the 400 IM, remembering all these boys are competing at nationals for the first time, it's a great outcome.
Absolutely. We love to see those distance swimmers taking on the challenge, especially at such a young age. I think that record that still stands for the 14-year-olds. I think it might be there for a while. I'm interested in your thoughts here. We've obviously seen some of Ian Thorpe's records. You've seen it over a number of years at age championships. Some of them are so impressive, but I would have to say the 4:26.42 could be up there with the very best Ian Thorpe 14-year-old record.
I think so too. I believe there's some older records than that. I think there's some Tracy Wickham ones in there that have really stood against time. I think they will be there for a while. So it's fantastic to see these old records still holding up now when we have so many different ways to swim. We've got the suits that have come into play now. I mean, it's really fantastic to see that the history still lives on in those records. So a great job from Archie Knott in that first 100. He's holding on to that lead ever so slightly there. So turning through in that 1:43.58. So a great job in this backstroke, and he's just trying to extend on that lead.
He's managing to keep that body position directly where you want it, just sitting on the lane rope ever so slightly. But as you mentioned yesterday, sometimes when you swim outside backstroke, it's easier just to go directly to the lane rope and just stick next to it.
Yeah, I think it's hard with that sun directly in your eyes as a backstroker, and you can't sort of see those peripherals. It is easier to see the yellow lane ropes than the blue. The blue are very hard with the water to actually see out of the corner of your eyes, but those yellows are a little bit easier to see. So that's why you sort of want those middle lanes as a backstroker, and you can't really see too much around you, but you can see splashes of other people. So if you've got that center lane when you swim backstroke, it's easier to see those people around you and that yellow lane rope. So pointers for those kids that are swimming, you want those middle lanes as a backstroker.
So incredibly important to swim fast in the heats then to get into the middle for this evening, as you touched on before. Just 4 13-year-olds competing before this heat here. Heat 4 of 6. We start to see a few more 13-year-olds. There's 4 in this heat. So far, 8 have swum. 10 positions up for grabs this evening. Great start through that first 50 there for Carvolth in lane 4. He's pulled level alongside Archie Knott, the early leader. Was just over a second difference in that opening 50 of breaststroke. And as we come through the second 50, you can see Carvolth of St. Peter's Western Am really starting to show his dominance out in front.
Yeah, looking great in this breaststroke. He's doing a great job. Turned through in that 42.99. So fastest split out there in the breaststroke apart from one other swimmer. So he's really proving that he is pushing through in this breaststroke that you said was so important, Gary, and I believe it too. So Archie Knott there in that second touch. In the last 100 to go, it's really whatever you got left in the tank. There's not much that separates that freestyle in a medley, is there, Gary?
No, not at all. And it really is about your fitness work and the background work that you've done as a 12, 13-year-old and 14-year-old, of course. But these boys have raced really well. And one thing that did impress me just watching them in the breaststroke leg was they're not looking around at all. They're focusing on what they're doing. They'll have an idea where each other is. And, particularly those swimmers out in front will have a really good idea where they are.
They'll certainly be looking at the times from the previous heats, not trying to compare too much, also looking to swim their personal best time. Carvolth entered through with a 5:06.59, and he is looking to absolutely obliterate that here. Just a tick over 4:50 there as he comes under the flags. It's going to be a PB to lane 4. Carvolth stopping the clock, 4:57.72. Second going the way of Knott. And third is Perry. Unfortunately, we can see just a little bit of a struggle in the middle of the pool there. But a great result across the field. That's 5. 4 heats swum, 2 still to come. 400 IM is a tough old event. Archie Knott doing a fantastic job there for Flinders Phoenix. Confirming Archie Knott 5:00.22. Fortunately there for Carvolth for disqualification. We'll see how that one goes through with the officials. But for now, we turn our attention back to the blocks as we get ready to welcome in Heat 5. Another full pool ready to race the 400 IM. Again, Morello joined by M. Sebon and Gary Barclay on the microphone now, calling through the action. 15 metres utilised all the way through for lane 3. A great start for Peebles in lane 3 for UWA West Coast, and he's getting to work now, but there's a long way ahead of these youngsters. They back up on day 2 of the 2026 Australian Age Championships. The battle on the far side of the pool. Peebles continues that fine form, leads out Harrison Green in lane 0, currently rounding out the top 3. Thorley sitting in lane 4. Gary, as you look at these youngsters, we talked about it yesterday, the maturation rate, especially in the boys, it comes on a little bit later than we see in the girls, but you need to be able to tinker with that as a coach as they do go through the development stages. How does that play out in a 400 IM training?
I think just being patient and just working, there's a lot of young boys in this particular event, and you can see already that their limb length is quite long for their body. And, they're just gradually working their way into becoming a swimmer. And there's a long way to go. This is just part of the journey and a really important part for them, but just a part. I also notice, with the backstroke, the head positions are a little bit higher today, particularly for the younger swimmers, just trying to find their way down the pool. And that, of course, creates a little bit of drag. Like if you lift your head position up a little bit to look back towards the lane rope or look around, then naturally your hips will drop, and that just creates a touch more drag for these younger swimmers.
Great insight. And when racing in an outdoor pool for yourself, would you ever look forward, or technique always first?
I always try to have my head back. Obviously, it's harder with that sun, but I think the more that you can get it back, the more the body position sits better in the water, and the easier it is on your lower limbs too. If you sit too far forward, your legs go down a lot more, so you're kicking a lot more water. So it's technically harder to do, and you want to make it as easy as possible. So make it as easy as possible. Keep your head back. Really try your best to nut it out. Sometimes I don't know if it helped me, but I closed one eye when I swam backstroke. Sometimes I just thought, give one eye a rest and then I can switch it over.
Wow, I wonder what the science says about that. That's a very interesting tidbit as we go through the halfway mark here. This is, of course, event 23, Heat 5. One heat still to come in the boys' 13, 14 years, 400 metres individual medley. We can see once again the breaststroke coming to fruition. A big mover coming out of lane 2. That looks to be Brendan McKira of Knox Pymble, the best of the breaststrokes through the first 50, but still leading the way. We have our athlete in lane 4, Levi Thorley, leading us through for Nudgee College. We look to some of the splits there. The fastest actually coming from Harrison Green, 41.30 on that opening 50. That 41.30 is actually faster than he was swimming in the backstroke.
Gary, I have to ask, now, is this the very first year that 13-year-old boys have been added to the age program?
It's the first time in recent years. There was, from the early 70s all the way through to 2000, there used to be a 12 and under age group, and 11 and 12-year-olds, in fact 10-year-olds could swim at age nationals. And what we found was all those younger athletes that were 10, 11, 12, 13 were dropping out by the age of 15. And one of the core goals that Swimming Australia has, and all the states, is retention of swimmers. So there has been a number of years where there's been no 13-year-old boys in recent years, and boys starting at the age of 14. And there's definitely been an increased retention around 17, 18, 19 in those boys. The reason we've re-included 13-year-old boys is it's also a competitive environment out there with sports all offering national competitions for boys aged 13. And if we're not offering that same opportunity to the boys, even though we know what maturation tells us, then we're going to miss out on people choosing the great sport of swimming as something for them to focus on. So hence the re-inclusion of 13-year-old boys this year.
Fantastic. It's great to see them out here really pushing themselves at that age nationals, and they're doing a great job of this last 5 metres to the wall as they touch in that 5:02.19, 5:02.90. So a great effort from our young swimmers out there. So this is where the 13-year-olds come into play in these later heats. And that 5:02 is a great morning swim.
Yeah, Makira, 7-second PB there. And he powered through the second half of that race really strong in both the backstroke, that second 50 in the backstroke where he showed his prowess, but coming home 32.86 to stop the clock, 5:02.19 with the official results on the screen. Now we move to the 6th and final heat to round out the program for event 23. They're off and underway for the final time. Event 23, the heat will see a group of 10 13-year-olds and a group of 10 14-year-olds head in to the final this evening. Spots still up for grab, and Gary, as you said yesterday, you just need a lane to have a chance.
Absolutely, and I think having these combined age groups has worked really well. A lot of really positive feedback from coaches around pool deck. A little bit hard for, I guess, the larger clubs that may have 6 or 8 boys in a double age group, particularly when it comes to 50-metre and 100-metre events. But that's also part of the joy of coaching, is learn to adapt as a coach and work with each individual as best you can. As the boys come down the butterfly leg here, you can see, there's different technique, but the young boy in lane 7 coming down, so Cooper Dawson, has very good technique, nice butterfly, getting his feet up on the kick, so good body position as he comes into the turn.
Yeah, Port Macquarie representative, 5:15.98. He's just snuck in under that qualifying time, 5:17.15 for the 13-year-old boys. So good to see Cooper taking his chance early on. He's gone out there 1:08.29 with a very strong second 50. The butterfly 36.74 through there. Moving through the field now, we can see Hamish Turnbridge out of lane 3 for Norwood, making his presence felt, as well as Elijah Lamont in lane 4. So the middle of the pool starting to push through, as to be expected. And everyone swimming to their strengths here. And speaking of strength, how's this opening 50 backstroke from Jackson Pickard of TAS?
A great job on that first 50, 38.58. So well in front of the rest of the field. Only 2 boys under that 40 seconds for that first 50 backstroke. And we'll see a lot of changes. Like Gary said, in that breaststroke is where it comes into play. Who will take over that lead and who can hold on to that lead. So a fantastic job from these boys as they come down to the last 5 metres of this backstroke leg. They are doing great in lane number 6.
And Matt was mentioning yesterday, obviously, the development of Phelps in the 400 IM has really led to the change in how this race is swum, and a much more attacking style than it was done in the late 90s and before. Now, Gary, we see the likes of Leon Marchand using every single wall, not just the backstroke, to go the full 15 underwater. That's something that would be drilled into these athletes at a young age, but potentially not something that's as easy said than done.
Definitely in the 50 and 100 metre events, they'd be looking to maximise underwater. In an event like the 400 IM, you may, in the butterfly and backstroke, think that it's better to go 10, 15 metres underwater, but you actually, the oxygen debt that you get into can really hurt you once you get to the freestyle leg. So we often see 400 IMers only doing 3 or 4 fly kicks off the wall rather than 8 or 10 butterfly kicks. And while they may be able to do more, having enough oxygen and having enough in your tank when it comes to the last 100 is more important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ultimately it is only that 15 metres that counts, and you can quickly lose the metres that you've made up underneath the water. I think one of the key tactics in the 400 IM is actually back-ending each 100 split. So You want to see the athletes set up their tempo on that first 50 and then build on that in the second. And that's exactly what we're seeing here by Elijah Lamont and Cooper Dawson, who snuck into third position there. He went 45.21 on the first 50, back into 44.97. That's perfect swimming. Did the same in the backstroke, so I'm sure his coach will be very happy that, one, he's racing here on the Gold Coast, but two, he's executing that race plan as delivered. But ultimately, no one really challenging Elijah Lamont out in front. He's done a fantastic job through the breaststroke, keeping it nice and even. He's got a body length ahead of Caleb Dawson with 50 metres to swim. And third is Cooper Dawson, in fact. And tripped up by the double Dawsons, their namesake, I believe. But, and with just over 25 to swim, it's hard to go past Lamont.
He's doing a great job of the last 25 metres to this 400 IM. So he's entered into that program at that 5:12. So he's really pushing it for a great PB this morning. As he comes down under the flags now, he will touch the wall first in that 5:06.65. So a fantastic PB for him. 6 seconds. Dawson with that second touch, 5:07.07. The other Dawson out there, Cooper Dawson from lane number 7, takes that third touch, 5:11.35. So some massive PBs from these boys. Fantastic to see. 13 years old, swimming from heat number 6.
Double Dawson it is on the top three. Lamont, Caleb, then Cooper. 5:11.35 for third. That is a great result. And while we swim all the way through 6 heats, swum in event 23, we can see Thomas Penny still sitting at the top, ahead of Jacob Deere, Huntung Wang, and Henry McCarthy rounding out the top 4. That is going to be a very exciting 14 years boys final. We are well underway here on day 2 of the 2026 Australian Age Championships. There's plenty of swimming still up to come. The 50-metre freestyle up next. Thanks for joining us on Nine's Wide World of Sports. Don't go anywhere as we get ready for what's next. Thanks for joining us on Nine's extended coverage of the 2026 Australian Age Championships. A bit of a change of speed here as we welcome back the legend Matt Welsh to the commentary box. We move now to the girls 50-metre freestyle, Matt, and it is over in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, we love the 50-metre events and any competition, but especially here. They've been blisteringly fast here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. We've got 15 heats of the girls 15 to 16 years, 50 free.
So the first of which in the water now and underway. We see a host of 16-year-olds racing across the field. Maya Zunker from Griffith Uni as the favourite in this race, but she's up against it. Here is McCutcheon in lane 5, really pushing her all the way through these final stages. Zunker with the answer though, and Zunker on the wall, 25.27. A very strong swim from the 16-year-old of Griffith Uni. That is at least an improvement on the entry time, a potential personal best as well.
Yeah, she's quite happy with that, Gary. Looked really nice, especially in that second 25. Was able to get the speed from the start, but really motor home well.
Oh, absolutely, Matt. And I think her coach, Tom Fraser-Holmes, would be very pleased with that as her first hit out.
So 15 heats, as we said before, so plenty of 50-metre action. As the second heat is in the water, Macy Sheridan, 16-year-old from Darwin. Lila Ribbo de Brisac in lane 6. She won the 200 breaststroke last night. So real diversity in the field. Looking good out in lane 1, Eloise Patterson. She's throwing a hat in the ring. It's going to be between her and potentially lane 4, Sheridan. So Sheridan, or Eloise Sheldrick rather. Eloise Sheldrick gets in for first. Ribbo de Brisac in second. Patterson holds on for third. In fact, a tie for third. Bernardo out in lane 3. So that was very close across the field. No wonder it was hard to call. Look at those times. Hundredths of a second separating, and in some cases, no time separating.
It really highlights that swim from Zonka in Heat 1, 25-2. The clear lead so far. Sheldrick just off, and slight delay here on the start as we get ready to welcome in Heat 3 of 15. That's called through. This is the 15, 16 years girls 50-metre freestyle.
Yeah, it's a real skill, the sprinting, and it takes a lot of time to take off those marginal time, shaving off those little bits of time. Those hundredths of a second take a lot of work, as the third heat is belting down the pool. Looking really nice out in lane 7 is Miller Raven. And at the top of your screen, potentially Haynes, Kamenzulu in lane 3. Not a lot between. It's maybe lane 5. Liliana Jones, who gets in front of Lawson. And then Kamenzulu. But that sprinting, Gary, is a real art, isn't it? Being able to generate that much power. You know, any sprinter will just say that distance people are just people who can't swim fast, because they find that ability to get that power in the water that others just don't. It's a real skill.
Oh, absolutely it is. And there are a lot of people that think sprinters, you know, they don't do the same work as distance swimmers, but it's also, you've got to be really good at what you do.
See how they line up here as Heat 4 hits the water. Good reaction coming from Yan in 6, and that momentum carrying through the opening 25 metres. The lift coming in lane 3 though. Van Deventer of UWA West Coast looks to be the leading charger. As they come down, you can literally throw a blanket across them, but it looks like Van Deventer's going to get in, and she does. 26.70. Yan just fading in the final stroke to claim second with a 26.72, 0.02 separating them, and Link out of lane 1 rounding out the top 3 with a 26.97. That is some very fast swimming as we move now to Heat 5 behind the blocks, Matt.
Yeah, it's going to need to be some fast swimming. 15 heats. It's definitely one of the larger heat numbers that we've had. So potentially 150 girls, 15 years to 16 years, racing as fast as they can from one end of the pool to the other. Absolute pure pace and pure power and pure swimming as they come down. Very nice start there from Lee in lane 6. She looks to potentially have the best of it, but there's not a lot between the rest of them. So coming down now, Cook out in lane 1 looking good. But it is Lee. So Lee touches the wall first. Reynolds right next to her. 26.95 wins that 5th heat. Cook managed to hold on for 3rd. And then Ord in the outside lane getting up for 4th.
Love seeing the smiling faces after a solid swim as well. Lee very happy with that one, as she deserves to be for Sydney Uni, taking it out. We move now to Heat 6 of 15, as we've touched on.
Well, we talk about those markers, that 27-second mark. She got a 26.95. So getting under the 27 now is the aim of these girls. Entry times over 27.1 to 27.2. So really only a 10th or 2 of a second separating them coming into this meet. Indiana Wall at the top of your screen with an absolute blinder from the top. She probably leads Rain just... No, Rain gets there. So Rain in lane 4. A couple of tenths in front of Indiana Wall. And then Chablon down in lane 3. Manages to get to that 26.15. But 26.84 is a nice barrier to break, Gary, getting under the 27. It's a good confidence boost early on in the meet.
Oh, very much so. And I think also the fact that these girls, their times are so close together on paper, and then the fact they've got to get in the water and race each other, it's a great experience for them to be able to see people either side of them and learn to race.
Those skills are certainly getting tested, and when it's so tight, you expect the test to be even better. That is the case again here as we welcome out Heat 7. They're swimming strongly through that first 25 metres. There is not really a clear leader. It looks like Kakaya out in lane 8 or 9, sorry, could be the best of the challengers as they come down lane 0 as well. Caitlin Potter and lane 7. It goes the way of Potter, 27.31. Second, in fact, here in lane 2. And Vaccaro rounding out the top 3 from lane 7, the early lead. Camera struggling to get over to lane 0, but Potter giving them a reason to.
Yeah, she looked good the whole way through, but nothing between them. There was 13 100ths of a second separating them going into that. Only 4 tenths coming out of it. And another very tight battle, another 12 100ths of a second separating this 8th heat of 15. So Zara Jeffrey in the middle of the pool here with a nice strong start. Warad in lane 6, maybe having one of the better starts in here, but in these non-seeded heats, Gary, there's nothing between them, and you get some really good battles, and you can really see when the cream rises to the top.
Oh, this is another terrific example of combining the age groups and having so many swimmers swimming within 0.1, 0.2 of each other, and every single heat of these 15 heats, or the remaining heats, will be just as close.
Yeah, fantastic to see. So we'll wait to see confirmation of those times. So 27.05 takes that out, and let's have a look. Look at how close these times are. 27.05, so less than a second separating the whole field. In fact, that was probably a larger margin than the previous. Let's see how Heat 10 fares.
Matt, they do say that
Heat 9, rather.
Is a challenge for sprinters, it's a challenge for distance swimmers. It's also a challenge for commentators in the 50 freestyle, and Heat 9 proving more of that. The best of the starts coming out of lane 2 through Sorensen. Harvey battling as well through 3. The middle of the pool now lifting. Delinda Thompson leading the charge in 4. So 2, 3, and 4, that's the order as they go onto the flags. Can anyone disrupt it? No, 4 will get the win through Delinda Thompson. Second going the way of Parry Ockenden. A great final 5 metres. Harvey rounding out the top 3. And Matt, that's why you practice your finishes at training.
Yeah, it was interesting to see the line of swimmers coming in. We expect to see a little bit of an arrow, a little bit of an echelon, if you like, as they're coming through. The centre lanes do have the faster qualified time, and they almost touched in perfect order. Lane 4, lane 5, lane 3, and the whole way through. So that went very much to script, that 9th heat, and now we're on to their 10th heat of 15.
Take your marks.
What I'm really enjoying here, Matt, is the intent in which these girls are racing. And, you know, we are at the Australian Age Championships, and, you know, every single swimmer, you can see their intent to swim as fast as they can and achieve their own personal best time, as we see another very close heat coming through.
Rose Purcell, there, who's already had a fantastic meet, really long underwater and made the most of it, but it's going to be lane 2, Cairns, who gets there first. So really nice swim there at the top of your screen. Now swimming from Somerville House gets to the wall in a 27.20. Hallett in for third, Woodford in for second. Purcell held on for 4th. And Isles Harper, Harper Isles, my apologies, in 5th place from Rackley in the middle of the pool. So Ava Cairns, a very strong swim, and only hundredths of a second. Look at that. 27.81, 27.82, 27.87, 27.89. There's nothing. Hundredths of a second separating that midfield.
You see the sprint evolution from Cam McAvoy has been good for one thing, or multiple things, but one thing is you know who's going to win the 50 freestyle and he's in the race. It's not that case here. Great start from Roper in 9, as well as Kalmakovs in 8, who was underwater for the full 15. Starting to move through, though, out in lane 1, Layla Murray. And lane 4 getting busy now through Unid. So with 10 to swim, you can throw a blanket across it once again, but it looks like Murray's going to hold on. That fantastic start paying dividends, 27.11 to take the victory. Hamilton in second out of lane 3. Lawrence rounding out the top 3. Murray gives the crowd a wave as a very well-deserved personal best coming from Heat 11, Matt.
Yeah, it's so important to get these skills right. There's so much that happens probably really in the first 15 metres of the race. Obviously, the finish is really important, but the first 15 metres of the race, you've got the dive, the underwater, the breakout, coming up, getting into your stroke, into your rhythm as quickly as possible. The ones who really do that well are the ones that are getting the results, as Heat 12 is now in the water. So Grace Dobby in the middle of the pool with the fastest qualifying time as they race down now. She had a really good start, also looking good in the outside lane. Zali Snyder's from Caulfield, she looks strong. But again, just throw a line across the pool, and that is what we're seeing. Maybe in lane 5, Gamboa gets there first. So Gamboa from Dobby, and then Lewis down in lane 9. And then Snyder's tying. So the 2 outside lanes, lane 9 and lane 0, tying for 3rd. And the 2 middle lanes coming away with 1st and 2nd. So we're making our way through these 15 heats at a pretty quick pace. Just like they are swimming down the pool. Only 3 heats to go.
Tell you what, Matt, it's been very close. I could expect some swim-offs to come from these heats if we see some more ties.
So less than this 13th heat, less than 0.1 of a second between the entire field. All of these girls have entered with a 27.8 on their resume. And now racing down, they want to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. Doing a great job of that is the top of the screen, Anna Somerville from Newmarket Races. She is racing out in front, also looking good in lane 3, Ellie Weeks. But it will be Somerville. She has really separated herself. A 27.1, that is a very strong swim this deep into the heats. 27.1 gets you there first. Second was right, 27.5. So a good 0.4 of a second gap there. And then very tight field there back. So a great start there, Gary, at the start. The first 15, we talked about that 25. And just hold it, copy-paste for the rest of the lap.
Oh, absolutely. And when we're looking at these girls, like if they're going 0.7 PBs, that's at least a metre and a half improvement on where they've previously been.
And when you're already pushing it to the boundaries, that's a huge gap to be able to make. People do a lot for just centimetres of work. And now with only 2 heats to go in this 50 metres freestyle, our final chances for a swim tonight. For an A and a B final. And nothing across the field. This really will come down to a touch. 4 and 5, maybe with a slight margin on the field. It will be Brian and Yang from Tregonning in lane 3. So in lane 2, Petrovic in lane 0 in that outside lane. There was very little between that entire field. Only about half a second separating top to bottom. Now our final heat, just 3 competitors. Great to see all of these girls turning up for their chosen event, the 50 metres freestyle. So final heat in the water, racing away well. Slater, Harris and Ho coming down as quickly as they can. And I think you might be right, Will. We're going to be very close to having some swim-offs. These times have been ridiculously close.
That's what we like to see. The freestyle stocks are strong in Australia, as always. And Slater's going to finish it off in fantastic fashion, 27.71. You love to see that. Gary Barclay, heat 15, a 0.2 personal best.
Yes, absolutely, Will. And, you know, just watching all those girls race, it's just so close, and we have so many good young kids in this country. And, you know, if there's people watching this telecast and they're interested in the sport of swimming, like, swimming is really healthy, and particularly with 2032 coming up, it's just a wonderful time to be involved in the sport. And it's probably one of the best sports for health and fitness. It's one of the best sports. It's a life-saving skill as well. So, you know, it's a great sport to be involved in.
Yeah, and you know, we're talking about how close those races are and how difficult that is for us as commentators, but equally so for you in your day-to-day role. When you're not on the commentary team, it makes it incredibly difficult, but it's a good problem to have.
Oh, absolutely. And we have so many coaches out there that are doing a wonderful job right around the country, and not just in metropolitan areas, but also in regional areas as well. And, you know, it's just a testament to the number of clubs that are here and the fact that there's so many clubs in each event.
Absolutely. We turn our attention now to event 25, the first of 13 heats. And we are underway in the boys 15, 16 years, 100-metre butterfly. We've already seen some fantastic butterfly this morning, and that is expected to continue here. 53.46, the fastest entry time through Maxwell Cunningham. He's already had a prolific opening day of competition. He enters here, Matt, as a clear favourite, and a clear favourite through the first 50.
Yeah, already seen this 17, 18 years, 100 metres butterfly. Some very swift times. This is the next age group down. And going through first there, Cunningham, a 25.28. It's a very nice pace out, got a good gap on the rest of the field. The second 50 is all important. How you attack that first 50 will determine how much you've got in the second. And Cunningham looking like he's paced it very well. Not making a big gap on Angus Cran next to him, though. They come down, a little bit of a stretch there for Cunningham, a 54.03. Cran on second, a 54.49. Chan in third, 55.93. And about a second back to fourth. So the top three swimmers making a nice gap on the field, and that really may be the gap that gets them into that final swim tonight. So combined 16 and 15. It'll be fairly 16 heavy for the first few heats. There's 13 heats in total.
It's one of those events, Gary, that you must be very excited about as we welcome now Heat 2. Heat 2, of course, the home of the defending champion. In lane 4, Lucas Dunn took this gold medal last year in a 54.43 to take the 15 years title. He enters here as the second fastest entrant. It was one of a number of medals, 8 medals at last year's age championship. So Dunn, clearly a talent to be looking to.
Yeah, Lucas has been training really well at Knox Pymble, and you know, he's taken part in a number of different activities throughout the year, including the Next Wave Invitational last year in Canberra, and also in the Next Gen Camp. So he's also had a fair bit to do with the national program.
Well, he's having a very close battle here with Sean Sullivan in lane 5. He seems to have the measure, especially in this second 25. That Sullivan really came at him in the mid part of the race, but Lucas Dunn with a 54.60 gets the wall first. Sullivan in second, Simmons in third.
Quite an imposing figure, young Lucas Dunn, Matt. That's he looks ready to be racing.
Yeah, it definitely helps. We see a lot of our successful swimmers with talk about the big levers with that mechanical advantage, having long limbs, and obviously it just shortens the pool that little bit for them.
Take your marks.
Welcoming out now the third and final seeded heat in the boys 15-16 years 100-meter butterfly. You can see it's a great start across the field. Julian Angus, the 16-year-old of TSS Aquatic, swimming from 4 just with his nose in front of the field, but really anyone's race. Leading the charge currently, it's sitting with Nicholas Swychuk of Southside Penrose Wesley out of lane 6. But as you were saying, Matt, this is a battle of the second 50.
Yeah, we saw big leaders in that first and second heat, taking it out quite hard and then holding on. But all the boys in this third heat, a little bit more conservative through the first 50. And now coming down with 5 metres to go is Angus, who just gets to that wall first, a 55.89. So a 16-year-old from TSS Aquatic. And, second through Gillian, third through Lim. So they'll be analysing the times that they've just swum. They'll have a look at what people have been swimming around them and then comparing them to the previous heats and even the upcoming heats and see if they can make a determination early about whether they're coming back tonight.
Take your marks.
So joining us in the water now is heat 4 of 13 in the boys 100-meter butterflies. A great start from Harold Ju in lane 3, looking to be very near the front of the race. And Gary, you talked about swimming being a life-saving skill previously. The Pool for the Purpose program that Swimming Australia's introduced. Talk us through that.
Yeah, it's I guess we're looking for donations towards Pool for Purpose. And the idea is to help as many young Australians to learn to swim. And, you know, it's a really important part of the Australian psyche. Every child living in Australia should learn to swim.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'd be a few people wanting to swim as well as those athletes in the water at the moment. Heat 4 underway, and Lawson King is obliterating the field here out of lane 8. He's taken his chance and he's run with it. And he's touched the wall there at 57.82. As a very impressive swim from Alstonville. 59.04 was his entry time. He's quietly happy with that one.
Yeah, it's a 1.2 second swim faster than his entry time as he gives the thumbs up to the crowd.
Good to have the confirmed results with a 57.82. Anytime you can do a second PB over 100 metres, certainly take that. Don't think that will be happening too much later after a 16-year age group, but I'm sure they'll be trying hard. In the water though now is heat 5 as we make our way through these 100 butterflies. A host of athletes with a 59 low, 59.26 in lane 9 is Luke Chen. The best of the starts though, Matt, looks to be out in lane 6. And it's starting to change up as we go through the last 15 metres. Yeah,
the lead can chop and change in these races as they the difference between a really blistering fly and just holding back a little bit can be a lot. Less than 0.2 of a second separating them coming into the race. But Noah Kemp taking them through first to 27.03, just outside some of those early heat times that we saw. See how quickly they can bring it back. Hartley was in second at the halfway mark. LaMercia in lane 8 was right up there. And Legal doing a good job at the top of your screen. And it does look like first will go. No, it is Legal. He gets there first, so he really brought it home hard. Very impressive swim there. Only 4 100ths in front of Oliver Wall. I thought he might have got there, but Adrian Legal with a 58.24. So very close across the field there. 58.28 for Oliver Wall. As we move into heat 6 of 13. So we thought we were impressive having 15 in the 50 free. 13 in the 100 flies, even better as they dive in. And some nice long underwaters there. Very strong start from our fastest qualifier in this 6th heat, Charles Western. Good reaction off the blocks and a really nice, long, strong stroke as they come down.
You're on the money there, Matt. 13 heats, the entry time for the 16-year-olds, 1:00:31. So good to see that depth coming through these young boys' age group. Thacker, though, leads us through at the halfway mark and doing a fantastic job. The 15-year-old of Iona, 59:51, the entry time. The field now starting to catch up. The lead or the chase coming through Kang in lane 2. I think it may be a little bit too late. As we come down with 5 meters to swim, the lead still sits with Thacker, and pushing through is lane 5, but Thacker holds on. 58:30 over a second personal best. Kang in second. This champs rounding out the top 3. So interesting that so much tactics can be brought into a 100 butterfly.
Yeah, it is. We've spoken about it before. If you who dares wins, and if you dare to get out quick, it's about how you do it though. The time is one thing, but it's the actual effort that you put into that. If you can get out quick and easy, and it's the holy grail of swimming is fast and easy.
Take your marks.
A bit of a hold on the block there in heat 7. A little bit of a slow start in the middle of the pool. But the outside lanes has had plenty of action in the previous heats. We've had winners from lane 0, winners from lane 9, and everything in the middle. So they come down now to the one and only turn. It's lane 2 that gets there first. A 26.65 for Jacob Whitten. Second through McLaren. And Pace Kane in lane 3, so a lot of action between lanes 2, 3 and 4. Let's see if the other athletes are going to respond to this quick speed. Does look like McLaren in the middle of the pool with the bright pink Warringah cap is looking good, but no, 6 and 7 coming through now. Shipsides and Lloyd, so Shipside, Lloyd Jones in lane 6 and 7, first and second with some sub 58 swims. Fantastic second 50 there. So Ron Shipside and Owen Lloyd Jones sneaking under the 58 second mark. Results on your screen now from that 7th heat of 13. 6 more heats to go here of the 100 metres butterfly.
Good start out of lane 4 once more as well. Lane 8 through Goldstraw, really maximising that first 25 metres. As we've seen, Matt, the introduction of those form strokes to the 50-metre contention at the Olympic Games is going to make it very interesting for these development of these young athletes. Typically 100, 200 butterfly, now introducing the 50, 100 butterfly, and you can see the strength that brings into the likes of Hall, a very strong swimmer, swimming out of lane 9 and still holding the lead with 15 to go.
Yeah, almost hidden down the bottom of the pool down in lane 9. He's having a nice battle there. In fact, all the action in lane 7, 8 and 9. Hall, Goldstraw, McLaughlin, our top 3 going through. The rest of the field's starting to come through, but it's McLaughlin, I think, has got the best. He gets there first. Hunter McLaughlin, a 58.64. Second was Wu at the very top in lane 0. He had a great second 50, 31.6 he came back in, one of the fastest second 50s in the field. Third through was Goldstraw. Hall just dropped away a little bit. And it's an interesting point you make, Will, with the 50s being introduced. We still need swimmers racing hard in the 100 and the 200. It will make swimmers potentially stay in the sport longer, which is great because they'll be able to continue to sprint into their 30s. And obviously we've seen that with swimmers the likes of Cam McAvoy doing incredible things. But The introduction of the 50 will enable swimmers to stay in the sport longer, but we do hope that it doesn't cannibalise the other races, the 100 and the 200, which the 100 especially, vital for the health of the relays for the country. The swimmers in the warm-up room, they sort of probably forget there's a little camera there and go through their little rituals before they come out onto deck to race. As we confirm times for Heat 8, boys 15 to 16 years, 100 metres butterfly. 13 in total. We have 5 more heats.
Take your marks.
So just as called, Heat 9 hits the water and starts their account for the 100 butterfly. We're now moving into the 100 mark, so that is certainly a barrier that these athletes will be hoping to break. Gary, this age group in particular makes it very interesting for coaches. The boys certainly at a different level of physical maturation in each event, so how do you coach that?
I think you just adjust slightly for each particular individual. Most of them would be doing similar work. And, you know, the 100 metres butterfly is an event that you need that fast speed on the first 50. But then, you know, to put it really simply, you need to pour it on the last 30 metres.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing come to fruition once again. A technically and tactically beautiful race coming out of lane 3 and 2. But the win going to lane 6 in Thomas Bedgood. He was fast off the blocks and he held on through the end, 58.69. Matt, he's not just broken that minute mark, he's obliterated it.
Yeah, it's an interesting part here of the heats. 13 heats in total. Obviously, the times get slightly slower, marginally slower each time. The fastest swimmers at the start of the heats. And we're now down into races with the double O's. So all of these swimmers, potentially their first time underneath the minute, and that 58.6. 58.7 are very strong. Just ignoring the 59 altogether, let's just jump straight to the 58s. They can continue that dropping time over the next few years, and they'll be right up the pointy end of the field. So heat 10 on the blocks, and another race where very little between the field, about half a second.
We welcome out our first heat of all 15-year-olds as well, Matt. So it's going to be interesting to see how these athletes battle. We once again have A and B finals on the lines here. You can see a very strong start coming from lane 5 in Harry McCaw.
Yeah, very strong start. Xavier Butler-Simmons. And they go through Christopher Lee, actually, with the best of it. And McCloskey in lane 7. So, middle of the pool, just back a little bit. So, the 2 fastest lanes going through 6th and 8th so far. The action really is just in those outside lanes. And a very strong back-end swim here. So Harry McCraw gets there first, a 59.82, just sneaking under the minute mark. Second to the wall, McCloskey, then Halal. And Butler, Suminis gets in for 4th. So the Sol, or 2 swimmers rather, first and second getting underneath the minute mark, which is great to see. And 3 heats to go. A beautiful day here on the Gold Coast as those times are confirmed and the next heat gets ready for their opportunity to throw a time down.
We saw yesterday, Matt, Backstroke extravaganza. And the flags were all over the place, so good to see the conditions turning it on today. I'm sure the butterflies very much appreciating the support as they go through this 25 metres in heat 11 as called. see the battle starting to form on the far side of the pool, led by Alec Mitchell. He looks to be the leader as they come under the flags for the turn. It will sit that way, but the challenge coming from either side now. So Alec Mitchell leads us through the 50-metre mark, 27.79. Second, currently sitting with lane 8 through Prem. And the challenge really now sitting on the shoulders of Mitchell. He's starting to fade back into the pack, and Harlem Allen of lane 5 lifting to lead the charges. There is a battle with Prem, but the way it will sit is in lane 5 and 2. And 2 gets there through Lilan with a 1:00.51, a fantastic second 50. He stormed home with a 32.08, almost a second faster than the rest of the field. The touch in first, 1:00.51, swimming through like everyone was standing still. That's a fantastic way to race the 100 butterfly. I would be interested to know, Gary, if he's racing the 200 later this week.
Yeah, it's an excellent way to race the 100 butterfly, to go out pretty strong and come back hard, and to go a second faster than the rest of the field. He made the rest of the field look like they were going slow, like he just surged through the middle. And yeah, it's a terrific way to race, and it also is a sign that he has a good 200 butterfly in him.
You can see down the bottom of your screen there the swimmers lining up to do their sprint starts, practice their dives off the block. They're in the warm-up pool at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. So much action out the back. We know we see the action here in the competition pool, but it is absolutely packed here. One of the biggest meets that swimming meets in the Southern Hemisphere. And the swimmers getting ready for their next race. That'll be the girls for the 17 to 18 years 400 metres freestyle. We've got 5 heats coming up after this. 2 more heats to go in this 100 metres butterfly as results from heat 11 are displayed. Our second last heat now on the blocks.
Take your marks.
So a few late withdrawals from heat 12 here, but the opportunity ahead of these athletes. It was a great start from Sansui's Pankhurst in lane number 4. The field swimming strongly, though, as we come down to the halfway mark. A great second 25 here by Max Schubert in lane 3. He will look to lead on the turn. Just a little bit narrow on the turn there, 27.30. Jasper Zhu out in lane 8. The best of the challenges for Knockpimble. He's got clear water around him, and he's making that count now as he gets into the business end of this third 25. He's just building that lead over the field, just out of screen currently, but it's a great battle in the middle of the pool as Zhu starts to feel the heaviness of the 100 butterfly, and opposite happening for McNamara on lane 1. So that will be the top order. McNamara, 1:00.42. Second going the way of Pankhurst in lane 4. And Zhu rounding out the top 3 from lane 8. So a real battle across the pool once more in heat 12. One heat still to come. McNamara happy with that, as is Schubert and Pankhurst. Confirming the results now. Sitting that way, McNamara 1:00.42 with one heat still to swim. Matt, 15-year-olds galore here in heat 13.
Yeah, they definitely are, Will. And, well, Matt's having a mini break there. But these, I've been really impressed with these races, and we're seeing at least 50 to 60% of the athletes swimming personal best times, and that's well up on the average. We have terrific conditions here on the Gold Coast for this event, and there's really no excuse. Everything's aligned for a terrific week of racing, and we've already seen that in the first day and a half.
Fantastic first 50 from Monty Stork. Great day, Monty. As Bradley Beaming comes through second, Cooper Townsend for this final heat of the boys 15 to 16 years 100 metres butterfly And learning from the previous 12 heats, coming home hard is Monty. With 5 metres left to swim, he looks good. Get that head down onto the wall and a nice full stroke. Gets under a minute, 59.90. Absolutely great swim there. Time that he's dropped over 2 seconds. So all heats now swum of the boys 15 to 16 years, 100 metres butterfly. We see the summary of events there. That will be a mix of our 15s and 16s. They will be separated out for their A's and B final tonight. So plenty more action here. We see the swimmers getting ready for the upcoming events. Straight after this break, we've got the girls 17 to 18 years, 400 metres freestyle. Don't go anywhere. Come back and join us here for the Australian Age Championships live on 9 Now. Oh, it is a fantastic venue here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, almost purpose-built for this huge competition that is the Age Championships. Now look forward to our next event on the program, the girls 17 to 18 years, 400 metres freestyle. And 5 heats in total, heat 1 ready to go. So Amelie Smith in lane 5. We saw her swimming earlier today. Alyssa Tapper in lane 4. Lily McPherson in 3. Denise Grave in lane 6. So plenty of big names in this first heat. 5 in total. And the top 2 heats of this 400 are seeded. So our fastest swimmers will most likely come out of these first 2 heats. And speaking of fast swimmers, it's a fast start there from McPherson in lane 3. Marginally ahead of Tapper in 4. Emily Smith in 3rd. Brusha up in lane 0 in for 4th. So she's swimming a little bit on her own out there with no one in lane 1. She's got some pretty clear water, but a fair bit of work to do. Felicity Walker in for 5th at the halfway mark there. Brusha being pushed into 6th. Denise Grave just working her way up. And Bierman and Barber down in lane 8 and 9. In fact, Flowers separating them through. So most of the action in the middle of the pool as expected. Alyssa Tapper getting out that 101.76. It's displayed when we went through. So Amelie and Alyssa with a nice little battle out in front. Lily McPherson doing everything she can to hold on as we come down. The next turn will be halfway through this 400 metres.
We don't often see Welshie, but Amelie was also in the 100 breaststroke earlier this morning, and she won that 200 IM last night. Lily out there in lane number 3, McPherson was in that 2nd position for that 200 IM, and there was less than 0.2 between them. So quite the battle for those 2 athletes. So we know they're so strong in these age group events, and Amelie does a multitude of events, Gary. So how is she able to keep backing up with every morning program?
It'll be really interesting to see how whether Amelie swims the final of the 100 breaststroke tonight. I'm not sure she expected to swim quite as quick as what she did and be one of the fastest ranked athletes. I do know that this 400 freestyle is a real priority for her, and you know, just looking at that, I think, you know, watching that race last night with Amelie and Lily McPherson, and the way they completed the freestyle leg at the end of the 200 metres medley, we know they're fit enough to do some really good damage in the 400.
Melissa Tapper doing a great job from lane 4, our visitor. We get a lot of those New Zealand swimmers out here training in Australia. Is it just because we have such strong distance swimmers here in Australia?
I think so. Yeah, Alyssa's one of the best young swimmers coming out of New Zealand, and swimming here with a group from New Zealand this week. She's been, you know, very competitive for a number of years, and you know, it's really good for our Australians to be able to race against visitors. And while we do protect 8 positions in the final each night in each of the A and B finals, to have that international competition in a final is good. And this is a great example in this heat this morning with Amelie having someone to swim alongside rather than swimming out in front by yourself, if only Australians were able to compete at the Australian Age Championships.
Less than 2 seconds between their seed times, so quite the battle here for tonight. But Amelie doing a great job of trying to take it to Tapper now in this last 25 metres to go. Tapper still holding on for that top position. But Amelie Smith doing a great job in 5. Lily McPherson sitting in that 3rd position, but having a battle with Felicity Walker right next to her in 2. As we come down to the touch, it will be Tapper that takes it out, that 4:18.84, but nothing much in it. Amelie Smith there with that 4:18.97. Lily McPherson with that 3rd hand on the wall, that 4:23.17. So great job from those girls this morning in that 400 metre freestyle. Like you said, Gary, it'd be interesting to see if Amelie Smith swims that breaststroke tonight and that 400. Quite an interesting double that we don't see a lot.
We've seen a few breaststrokers and freestylers here at this meet, and Koa Stotts is a great example. Chris Montana in the men,
Otherwise known as show-offs. It's quite remarkable to be able to do the two.
Waiting for those results to become official, but Alyssa Tapper seems to have taken that heat number 1 out, that 4:18.84, nothing in it. Amelie Smith, that 2nd position, 4:18.97. Lily McPherson, 3rd onto the wall, 4:23.17, but not much in that 3rd to 5th position.
Yeah, only 13 100ths rather, 13 100ths of a second separating 1st and 2nd over the 8-lap race. Quite incredible.
Take your marks.
The 2nd heat now underway, and the absence of lane 5 leaves the door slightly open for these swimmers to make that final tonight. So 2 finals, the 17 and the 18. And coming down to the turn now with an early lead, you'd have to say, with only 1 lap in, is Ava Gasquet. She touches first at 29.34. Only marginally in front of Delta Cross. Across the way with a 29.65. Tilly Fickers just over the 30-second mark going out, but the girls pacing this really nicely. I still feel it's an advantage, especially in races where you can manage the pace. The 50s less so, but these races where you can manage the pace, it's a huge advantage being able to see the previous heat, know where the pace is, and if you are really good at your pacing and you know where you're at, you can basically do some quick maths and think, this is what I need to do to make the final. Either I need to push it a little bit more than I was planning to, or I could actually manage my energy quite well this morning because there's been no big times thrown down. So with that advantage at the moment, only coming up to 3 laps in, Ava Gasquet doing a nice job of staying in front. 5 heats in total for the 17 and 18-year-old girls. Gasquet holds her position out in front from Arabella Tomlinson, and then Delta Cross has marginally been pushed back to third now. And Tilly Fricker's back to fourth. So Tomlinson with a nice last 100 to push herself right up to the lead of this race. But Gasquet looks nice at this halfway point, breathing every two, sits nice and high in the water, has a nice constant kick, but not overdoing it whatsoever. Definitely not over swimming this first half of the event. Turns through in a 2:07.45. Good 2 seconds ahead of Tomlinson. She's pacing this really, really well. If there is a break, she's got a bit of a buffer in front of them to react. And she definitely doesn't look like she's overdoing it.
It's good to note too, Alyssa Tapper from that first heat, she will sit in the 18-year-old final tonight, whereas Emily Smith, that second fastest time this morning, will sit in the 17-year-old final. So Ava Gasquet, 17 as well. So she's looking to be around Emily Smith's time from that first heat, but in the program just 0.2 faster than Amelie Smith. So it's going to be quite an interesting battle tonight, isn't it, Gary, with those two girls?
Very much so, and they're both training programs where they're prepared for, to compete in this event, the 400 metres freestyle. I do like the fact that Ava Gasquet has Ava Hogan as a training partner from the 800 freestyle last night, so I can imagine that those girls would work with Tsuyoshi Kimura with their training and working together and helping each other, and the fact that they're in different age groups but swimming around the same time can be a real benefit to both girls.
Ava Gasquet doing a great job of this 400 metre freestyle. She's got 2 body lengths left on the field as she heads for that final turn. Turning through in that 3:48.95, so sitting at that 34 range for that 50, 34.05.
Yeah, coming down to the final 50, and whatever you've got left in the tank, we need to start throwing it into the engine, because we need to post the fastest time possible. Give yourself a chance to make that final tonight. 3 more heats to go this morning for the 17-18 years 400 metres freestyle. Gasquet comes in, she touches in a 4:21.96. Second to the wall, 4:24.52 was Delta Cross. Ficker's in third, a 4:25.25. And Bianca Raywood having a great second half of the lap with some quick times, splitting 33s in the last few laps, gets in for fourth. So some well-paced swims there, just sneaking in front of Arabella Tomlinson at the other end of the pool. Second heat swum and results on your screen. And Em, how are those times in comparison? A 4:21.96.
Puts her in a great position for that final swim tonight in those middle lanes.
So third heat in the water. Very early stages. It's a tricky one, Gary. The 400 just getting out. You want to get going. You're like a racehorse at the Melbourne Cup, stuck in the barriers. You want to get going. But you know there's a big race ahead of you, and you know you've just got to pace yourself. I know they train a lot to it, but it takes some real mental maturity to be able to control that from the get-go, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And we would expect these girls being 17 and 18 to be able to do that. And we're seeing some pretty good pacing throughout these races where they're holding similar times for every 50 after the first 50. And just holding a pace as fast as they can go where they know they can repeat it over and over again. Their coaches would have worked with them on that, and they would have practiced it probably hundreds of times, done hundreds of 50s at the pacing that they would like to swim in this race today.
Well, Kiara Mooney had the best of the first lap, and Ava McLean was right there with her. McLean just marginally edging in front of her now, and Digwell in third. McDonald in lane 3 is holding on as well, much like Charlotte Bulmer in lane 5. Holly Fleming in for 5th. So very early, only 3 laps into this 8-lap race, not even halfway through. And some very mature swims coming through here. Ava McLean just extending that lead now. She was marginally in front at the 100-metre mark, but she's pushed that out to a 1.5 seconds. It was only tenths of a second. She's making a break early here. We sometimes see this in the outside lanes. They really want to make the most of it. Potentially their time that they've entered, they feel that they definitely can do better. They've put in a huge amount of work and they just want to try something different rather than waiting for the last 100. Let's see what happens if we push earlier. So far, so good. She turns into 2:08.93. Almost 2 seconds now ahead of Kiara Mooney in lane 4. Third through was Fleming, 2:11.51 at the midway mark.
For that second 50 and that third 50, she was holding the 32 there. So 32.41, 32.95. She's just dropped it back to that 33.81 now. There's only 2 girls sitting at that 33 mark, and she turns in that 33.75. So very consistent, like you said, Welshie. They tend to just hold on to that pace, and she's doing a great job of this, taking it out very hard. Ava McLean there from lane 8, Brisbane Grammar program, a great age program. We've seen a lot of those swimmers come from Brisbane Grammar, so she's doing a great job of this 400 free, and she's really brought in her legs now too, which we don't see a lot in those distance events, those legs being brought in so early. 100 metres to go, and she looks very strong as she takes that turn.
Yeah, she doesn't look like she's going to back off at all. The other swimmers are really starting to come back at her. She had a good 2-second lead. That definitely has been cut into, but it's a lot of ground to make up. Probably having the best is Holly Fleming in lane 6. Madison Jones, though, right next to her, has taken advantage of the fact that this early break from McLean means that she can see what's going on. In fact, she's probably the only swimmer she can see. And she's coming through like an absolute train. Ava McLean touches first, but only a 1/10 of a second between her and Jones. Jones has definitely got the legs and the stroke to come over the top. So this third heat, I think, is going to be won out of lane 9. I can't see anyone catching her now. The speed she managed to get in that second last swim, she swam a 33.5, and the others were into the 34s. So she's going to come down. Jones and Fleming are our leaders in that third heat. A 4:24.54 for Jones. Really taking advantage of Ava McLean's early break in that race. Holly Fleming in for second, 4:25.22. And McLean holds on for third with a 4:27.23, but a very happy Madison Jones there.
And if you can see too on her splits there, Welshie, they go green after the 200. It's almost like she tried to back end that race. She started dropping from 33.9, 33.8, 33.5, 32.9, and then finished with that 32.0. So yeah, just different way to pace that race. Ava went out really hard, whereas Madison Jones sort of brought it home very strong.
Take your marks.
Second last heat of the girls 17 to 18 years, 400 metres freestyle. 8 laps of your best freestyle. And the best strategy, really trying to find that even split. But it's very hard to do. And building each 50, building each 100, trying to build in faster and faster as you go and maintain that speed is a great way to go. And taking a leaf out of the previous races book is Kate Regol down in lane 9. 1 out of lane 9 last time. She's first to the wall in the 50. Yes, it is very early stages, but getting ahead of Jackson and Shaw at the other side of the pool. and Tweedy in the middle.
So we saw two different ways to pace that in that last heat. So you can either take it out really hard that first 200 or you can come home really strong. So we see the lead change now, and it's crazy how much that lead does change per 100, especially when these girls are all sitting around that between 432 and 435. So there's really not a lot in it, and that's because we have those age groups together. So 17 and 18-year-olds both in this race together.
It's, without trying to sound a bit too physics professor, it's the resistance of the water means that if you double your effort, you're not going to get double the reward. You get a diminishing return from the amount you push, and sometimes just pushing that tiny bit more, you might only gain half a second to a second per 50, but you drain yourself that much in doing so that the back half of the race, you might lose 2 or 3 seconds at the other end. So the pacing is so important, and your efficiency, your stroke efficiency through the water, and then your racecraft of managing your energy and dishing it out evenly throughout the race. Bouzeville in lane 3, now really starting to make her mark at the halfway point. I'm sure all these swimmers and their coaches would have come in with a race plan of when they're going to push and how much they're going to push it by. And at the halfway mark, Bouzeville's decided now is her time. Leah Shaw about a second or so back, and Kayleen Tweedy in lane 4. So lanes 2, 3 and 4, the quick side of the pool. Edie Jackson in the mix as well in lane 1. Piper Walton now moving up to 3rd on that turn, so she wants to make a move in this second half of the race. But it's Bouzeville still out about 4 seconds, 3 or 4 seconds ahead of the majority of the field in lane 3.
We've only had 9 18-year-olds swim so far, so there's 10 positions for that 18-year-old final, so it really could come down to these last couple of heats. As we hear that bell now, Bouzeville out in front, turning through in that 3:19.66, 3:22.60 is Shaw right next to her in lane number 2. But Bouzeville looks like no one can catch her at this point. 75 metres left to swim. She's looking very strong, very powerful in her stroke. Breathing every 2 so she can look at those competitors if anyone tries to make a last-minute move.
Yeah, pacing is so important. We see it time and time again. So is resilience, and a very resilient swim from Macy Bouzeville. Pretty even through her splits, going through roughly in 33s to 34s. Just not letting that pace go out any further. A number of the swimmers similar for a couple, but then letting in a few 35s, 36s, and that's where Bouzeville's made her mark. So coming down now, she's really put the work in. I'm sure the arms are absolutely stinging. The legs have got nothing left to give. But she comes down to touch in a 4:28.20. Shaw in second, 2 seconds after a 4:30.33. Then Walton holding on for third, 4:32.73.
Great swim for Bouzeville there. That 4:28.20, time in the program that 4:33.41. So a beautiful, solid PB for her this morning. As we just wait for those results to become official. Shaw in that second touch, 4:30.33. And Walton out from lane 7 in that third touch. This is heat number 5 of 5. Heat number 5 of your girls, 17 to 18 years, 400 metre freestyle. We've seen some really fast times from both age groups. They're both battling it out to make those top 10 positions for tonight's final. And there's some really tight times in that 17-year-old. They come down to that first turn. 4 ladies in this last heat, turning through in that 30.04.
It seems odd that over 8 laps that it can come down to tenths of a second. We saw that in numerous heats this morning in this 17, 18 years 400 metres freestyle. And it's the case again that basically less than a second separates these 4 girls coming into this race. But it's what you do on the day that counts. Your entry just gets you there. It's about what you can do when you are there. And it's Chrisanne in lane 4, taking through early. Farrington up in lane 3, and then Barlow, and then Kroom in 4th. So the girls trying to not quite work with each other, but work off each other, work off their pacing. And they're just trying to swim their own race at this early stage, but then when is the hammer going to drop? Are we going to maintain this all the way through? I doubt it. Someone will make a break. And we often see it in this second half. So coming down now to the halfway mark, about 25 or so metres to swim. And spots still open, especially in the 18-year age group, for that final, if they're quick enough. So Farrington just starting to come up onto the shoulder of Chrisanne.
What a battle for those top 3 spots currently. All these girls sitting within a second of each other, so it'll come down to the line for the PBs this morning. Chrisanne holding on to that lead in front of Barlow right next to her in 5, and then Farrington in 3. Groom in lane 6 in that 4th position currently.
Well, they're going to be close to their entry times. Swimmers coming in with times around the 4:35 to 4:36 mark. And based on that 200 metre time, and if they're holding 35s from here, they're going to be somewhere in that mix.
Barlow's just taken over the lead in that 2:48.55 over Kristen right next to her, but these girls aren't letting each other get away from each other. And they seem to be breathing away from each other, but they know each other are there, so they're still fighting against each other, but breathing away from each other, which is interesting, Gary.
Very much so, as they come into the bells. And of course the bells in the 400 metres freestyle event is a new direction from World Aquatics, and the technical officiating rules have changed so that for 400 metre freestyle events now, swimmers must be provided with a lap counter, which you can see the technical officials at the far end of the pool with the lap counter there with the number 1 on it, meaning that the swimmers have 1 lap to go. But also the use of the bells like we do in the 800 and 1500 metre events, also now being incorporated in 400 metre events.
I like that inclusion, especially the bell. I think that gives those swimmers that option of being able to hear that and to spur them on a little bit more. So turning through in that 3:59.29, Barlow holding on for that lead. She's taken about a body length on the rest of the girls. Farrington in that 2nd position now, but it's coming down to the last 25 metres. Quite the battle between Barlow and Farrington, 5 and 3. As we come down to 15 metres to go, might be Barlow just in front, half a body length there as we come down under the flags now. We'll have a look at that time, see if she can beat that personal best time in that 4:34.17. So great job from Lily Barlow there. Farrington in that 2nd position, 4:35.31. So slight PB for Lily Barlow there to take out heat number 5 of that 400 freestyle.
And we're moving on now to event 27, the boys 17, 18 years, 200 metres freestyle. So this will be a fascinating race, Em, with a number of very good swimmers here in this first heat. Lucas Fackrell swimming out of lane 4, Luke Higgs lane 5, Ben Contrano lane 6, Sam Welsh in lane 7.
That's a very familiar name out of lane number 7, but some big swims out here. So you've got a 17-year-old stacked in the middle of those 18-year-olds. So Luke Higgs out of lane 5, only 17 years of age. Lucas Fackrell there in lane number 4 is 18 years of age. He won this event last year in that 150.30, so a great swim from him. And look at those records too, Gary. 145.37 and 144.06 as an 18-year-old from none other than Ian Thorpe, so big shoes to fill.
He was outstanding as an age grouper and also as an open swimmer, of course.
Take your mark.
As we start this first heat. Lucas Fackrell in lane 4, a member of the Australian Junior Dolphins. Ben Contraneo swimming out of lane 6. And last night, Luke Higgs had a terrific race in the 400 metres individual medley, going a personal best time by about 4 seconds, a 4:22. So this should be a fascinating heat this morning to see how these 17 and 18-year-old boys handle the first heat of the 200 metres freestyle.
Charlie Lutton out in lane number 1, taking the boys through in that first 50, 25.79. As now we might see those leads changing, and we can see Fackrell coming out there in lane number 4. He's powering through at this 100-metre mark, ever so slightly in front of Lutton now as they take that turn. 54.03 and 54.21 for Lutton. But Lucas Fackrell out in front now. He's got half a body length on the rest of the field, and he's looking very strong, turning through that 54.03. A beautiful first 100 for Lucas Fackrell.
Yes, absolutely. As he comes down into the third turn here, Lucas Fackrell, training out of Hale in Western Australia, 122.27. Coached by Harry Clark, and I know they've prepared him really well for this event. And looking forward to, I think this is his first swim, how he goes across the week.
He's really holding on for that first position, just in front of Charlie Lutton there, out in lane number 1. And it's a battle between those boys, but it looks like Fackrell, the mackerel, will get it in that 150.84. And what a swim. 150.84. A beautiful swim for Fackrell there, out of lane number 4. Lutton ended up with that third touch on the wall, that 151.85. Stradforth with that second position, that 151.78. Those results are official on your screen right now, setting the mark for the rest of the heats to come.
Good to note also Sam Welsh swimming a 153.21. Personal best time for Sam. Well done, Sam.
Now there's a name that we saw last night do incredible things. Henry Allen out of lane number 5. Obviously strong in those backstrokes, but out there again in this freestyle. So what can we expect from him?
Well, Henry won the 100 metres freestyle last year, and he's done a lot more work on his 200s, particularly for his 200 backstroke. But then if you've got the speed for a 100 metres freestyle and the endurance for a 200 backstroke, I would imagine this 200 freestyle will be pretty good, particularly tonight.
He turned through in that 25.30, a great first 50. About 0.5 on that first heat. So really powering through in that first 50 and looking very strong. McGoffin out of lane number 1 in that second position currently at the 100-metre mark. Allen through in 53.94 and McGoffin in that 54.24. First time we've seen that 53 in that opening 100, so a very strong first 100 from Henry Allen out there.
And when we look at Noah McGoffin, he trains out of Marist with James Boyce, and you know he's a very good 200-metre freestyler, so he'd be enjoying being one of the outside lanes here in this heat.
Yeah, good to note, because sometimes those outside lanes really shine, especially because no one can see you out there, so it gives you a bit of a hidden field. Henry Allen really dominating this 200 freestyle as he comes down to 25 metres to go. But McGoffin out of lane 1, holding on for that second position and really fighting it out with Henry Allen. But it will be Allen that comes to that wall first. Let's have a look at that time. McGoffin in that second position, 150.25. McGoffin in that second touch, 152.23. And McCormack with that third touch on the wall, 152.66. Great swim from Henry Allen to back up after that amazing swim in the backstroke last night.
That was a 2-second personal best time for Henry Allen, so that's really good signs. And he looked quite comfortable, in that race then. So I'm fascinated to see what he can produce tonight.
I feel like the 200 is really his I guess, best point. The 100 is so quick, but that 200 room to move.
As we start the third heat here, and we've got some very good swimmers through all the lanes, particularly in the middle of the pool. Campbell Wilson Moran, an Australian junior representative last year in Romania at the World Junior Championships, is leading them out in lane 4.
He's doing a great job of this first 50, turning them through in that 25.29. In front of Lau out in 2:25.60. So great first 50 for these boys. I mean, it'll be interesting to see this first 100 if they can get into that low 54. That seems to be what time they need to turn through in that first 100. And I think the advantage for these boys also is watching those 2 heats before them so they can see those times that those boys have been producing. And a great first 100, 53.58, fastest so far going through in that first 100. Wilson Moran doing a great job in lane number 4 to take out the first 100 as these boys are really battling it out for this 75 metres to go.
Yeah, Wilson Moran recently moved up to Bond University, training with the Bond team, formerly training in Victoria through all his formative years. Is going to turn second just behind our New Zealand visitor as they go through the 150 metre mark.
Doing a great job of the last 25 metres to go. Our visitor taking over the lead. He won that 400 AM last night, really dominated that event. And it's going to come down to the line between Wilson Moran and Austin there out of lane number 3, holding on for that first position. Fighting it out 4 and 5, and it's Wilson Moran that gets on the wall first with 150.73. Great swim.
Also a very good swim there by Charlie Austin, 151.66, taking a second off his personal best time, and we look forward to seeing those boys back in the finals tonight.
Machiro Honda, our visitor there in that second position. And quite the battle with those boys. So he also sits at that 150.84. So those top 2 boys, 150. And then Charlie Austin, that 151.66. Heat number 4 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
Heat number 4 in the water. We have 6 heats. This is your boys 17 to 18 years, 200 metre freestyle. Some really fast times already thrown out this morning. That 150 point is looking quite tight for those top boys. We have the mixed age group 17 and 18, so we'll see who makes each final, but looking strong out there. Turning through first at the moment is our visitor from lane number 6, 26.14 on that first 50, looking very strong in that stroke. A very long, lopsided stroke there, Gary.
He's gone out pretty quick in lane 6 there. He's got that long loping stroke. Gets good distance per stroke. Also over in lane 1, we have our visitor from New Zealand, Ehrlich, going through in 55.32 second, and Rona went through in 54.96, leading them through.
A very good setup for this 200 freestyle. If you want to put yourself on the line, take it out on that first 100, and doing a great job is our visitors out there. Wona in lane 6, just holding on to that lead ever so slightly. But the boys are fighting back, and it will be Williams that takes that last turn in that 125.35 in front of Wona from 6. And it comes down to who has the most left in the tank on this last 25 metres. Dent from lane 5 was sitting in that 3rd position. Can he move up on this field? But looking very strong. is Williams out there as they come down to 10 metres to go. It's a battle for these three boys as they come down to the wall. It will be Williams out there from lane number 2, St. Peter's West, in 1:54.28 in front of Dent. That was able to come through for that second touch, 1:54.60. And Mullen, our other visitor from lane number 7, 1:54.69. A great battle to the wall for that 200 in that.
That was a very fast battle to the wall, wasn't it?
It was. It really
absolute.
came down to the under the flags.
Yeah, real sprint to the wall. And a very nice time there to take out that fourth heat. We have 6 heats in total, so 2 heats to go.
Take your marks.
Long underwater and a very nice start there in lane 5 from Lucas Ryan. And he wants to make his mark early in this race. We often see the swimmers just waiting a minute, waiting for a little bit, get that first 50 out of the way, but he wants to make his mark early. Also looking good in lane 2, Declan Simpkins. They touched first and second, a 26.41 for Ryan. And Simpkins in second, in fact, tied second with Justin Law in lane 0. So that's going to be an interesting battle as that develops. Giotopoulos in lane 7 in for 4th. And Tristan Van Was in lane 1 as they're coming down now. So pretty even across the field. Lucas Ryan still holding on to that first position at the halfway mark. Giotopoulos moving himself up into second. Simpkins now pushed to third. Now into the real meat of the 200 freestyle, that third 50. You're swimming away from the end, swimming away from the touchpad that you've got to finish at. It's mentally tough. It's physically exhausting. It's so much easier when they make this turn, and now you're heading in the right direction. And a fantastic, only swimmer so far underneath 30 seconds. In that third 50 was Lucas Ryan, so a really well-paced swim there. So first Ryan, second Simpkins. Eamon Jeffs coming into the mix now. And they're coming back at him. So Lucas Ryan had the lead. Can he hold on to it? It's going to be very close between him and Simpkins. Simpkins might get there. He does. A 1:56.71. Simpkins to the wall first. Just narrowly edging out Lucas Ryan by 8/100ths of a second. Third through the wall, Bodie Bone. So with only 1 heat to go, chances of making that final getting slimmer and slimmer. And just 2 swimmers. 3 in the book, but only 2 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
So out early, this is almost like a swim-off in a 200 metres freestyle. Absolute match racing next to each other. So this could be quite interesting as this unfolds, Gary.
Just 6/100ths of a second between these two boys as they go into the race. So it'll be fascinating to see how they pace throughout. And, you know, all of these 200 freestyles have been swum pretty well by these boys. There's you know, a lot to gain from putting up a good performance in the morning, and it's really important that athletes are preparing themselves to perform at any time of day because, you know, while we're sitting, you know, heading towards the middle of the day now, we did have our breaststrokers on at 9 a.m. and we've also got other events that will be happening around 1:30 p.m. So being adaptable and being able to swim at any time of day is really important for these athletes.
Now into that all-important third 50. Only half a second separating Falzon and Lachemar. Out of body length now in that third 50. So about half a second gained by the swimmer in lane 4. So Julian Falzon from Nepean, really working that third 50 masterfully. And looks like he has got what it takes to take out this final heat of the 17-18 years 200 metres freestyle event. And he comes in to comfortably win in a 157.55. So nice swimming there for the boys. Looking at the results, it's like it for those finals tonight, it looked like it took a 156 for the 17-year-olds to make the final, and a 154 for the 18-year-olds to make a final. So there are the markers, faster than those, and you're in the A final tonight. As we now look forward to a race that Emily Seabohm, I know you understand this race very well because you're the Australian record holder for the 14-year-olds, a 1:00.51. That's a tidy time for a 14-year-old.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
If you do say so yourself.
If I don't just big note myself there, but we were having this discussion earlier this morning. That was done at the World Champs in Centre Court at Rod Laver Arena. They dropped a pool in, and it was either my semi or my final. I did a really good semi that got me lane 4 for the final, and then in the final I came 4th.
Speaking of the Centre Court and the Australian Open, we just had the Australian Open of swimming last week, and now into the age championships. We've got 14 heats of the girls 13 to 14 years, 100 metres of backstroke. Fastest qualifier in the middle of the pool there, Charlotte Lim. Kira Stubbings from Camberwell Grammar, a 13-year-old, right in the mix.
Take your marks.
So as we push back for Heat 1 in this 2-lap backstroke event, the girls just getting used to in their warm-up, I'm sure, and throughout the week getting used to this very bright blue sky here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Not a lot to use as reference points as they come down to finish their first lap. Nice swim there in lane 6, Sierra Kaufman, potentially just leading them through. It is Kaufman from Charlotte Lim and Kira Stubbings in lane 5, so the middle of the pool. We expect to see the action, and it's exactly what is happening. Really big turn there from Kaufman. She led them through at the 50-metre mark, and with a 31.88 time, she's really extended that margin out now. So Kaufman and Lim taking it through. So a nice swim there, a 106.05 takes out first place in this first heat. Charlotte Lim in second, a 106.29. Third to all, Sophie Innes, 107.58, and then very close behind was Pettigrew in the outside lane, Alberton, Stubbings, and Holm. Always a bit of a challenge here in the outdoor pool, trying to get your bearings. Thankfully, the wind not playing that much of a part this morning. We saw those backstroke flags really flashing around.
Take your marks.
So second heat away for the girls 13 to 14 years, 100 metres of backstroke. Lucy Ma racing for MLC Aquatic in lane 3. She was first in the 100 metres breaststroke. So showing some real talent in mixing the races up. And quite a nice tidy lead here early on. Sophia Neo looks to have a good lead. In fact, no, it is Lucy Ma. So the breaststroker takes them through in a 31.43. Tiffany Miette, 31.81, and then Neo in a 32.07. So Sophia Neo just starting to catch up to and get level peggings with Lucy Ma in lane 3.
Ma just seems to be caught on that lane rope on her right side ever so much. As she comes down to under the flags there, it is the battle for those two girls there. That Neo gets it over Ma in that 104.96, 105.18 for Ma.
Move down the lane ropes, please.
The girls just moving away from the touchpads so that heat 3 get a clear start as we confirm the results from heat 2. The 2 or 3 13-year-olds so far, most of them 14 years.
There's 14 heats of this backstroke, so you've got to think since Kaylee has been such a standout in those backstrokes, maybe it's created more girls wanting to do that event.
I think you're being a bit harsh on yourself there as well. The 14 heats, though, is sensational. I think we've heard Gary talk about it, just seeing the depth across both age groups combined. Unfortunately, we are missing Wong again here in lane 4 for MLC Aquatic, but the rest of the field certainly up to the task. Lane 1 looking fantastic out there. Audrey Carroll of Lawrence, and she should turn through first if they can nail this turn. A good last 5 meters from Hanafi to sit in second.
A great first 50 there from Carroll to take out that first turn. Hanifi looking great from lane 3. And also Bethel in 5 is very strong as they come down to 25 meters left to swim. They've got some good positions in the water. They've got those the head back. They've got that strong backstroke kick. As it looks like McCaughey there in lane number 2 is going to take out that win, and she will.
Wow.
104.80. And what a second 50 that was. The only swimmer in the 32, no one in 33, and a couple of girls in the 34. So a strong back end of that 100 meters backstroke. Lexi Mulcahy there.
Out 31.9, as you touch on 32.8 on the way back. That is a very strong 100. I feel like that's almost a reserves opening 50 there. Yeah.
She wasn't really anywhere on that first 50. She must have been sitting around that 4th, 5th position, but to come home so strong and to take that win, 104.80, great morning swim.
Take your marks.
Potentially a massive PB as well, down from 107.08 to 104, though we turn our attention to heat 4 as they make their way through the opening 15 meters. A little bit of a bob coming from lane 5, but it is Olivia Wiggins doing a fantastic job there for Chandler, the 14-year-old, trying to make her way through the field, but it's a tough field to make her way through. Clemson out in lane 8 and out in 1 as well, and 0, in Cara Delaney, looking to be the best of the leaders through the turn.
Those outside lanes doing a great job in that first 50, 32.46. Clemington from lane number 8, and then the middle of the field, Higgins there. So watch out for those outside lanes. They're doing some great swims out there in the later heats. Heat number 4. Clemison holding on for that lead ever so slightly, but fighting back now. Buckley in 2. Delaney still looking great in 0 as we come down under the flags. Buckley holding on for the win as we come down to the touch, 107.54. Lucinda Buckley to take out heat number 4.
Really strong swim there from Buckley. Again, dropping some time off her personal best, just over a second and a quarter. She is pumped with that one, as she deserves to be representing Sopak, the 14-year-old. Getting the confirmed results here. Good to know it's all gone very strongly. How's that 14 years record, Em? I think you've already touched on it, but that's a very fast time at 14 years of age.
Yeah, we did speak about that from Worlds 07 at Rod Laver Arena, so pretty special that these girls taking centre court right now. Heat number 5 of 14.
So Heat 5 in the books, and I'm sure, as we touched on in the early heats, they've had plenty of idols to look up to over the distance, and I'm sure there would have been some race footage reviewed over the last couple of months of preparation getting ready for this race. That's turning out in the favour of Ramian out in lane 0, looking to be up there with the leaders. But Velichovsky in 5 now, in control on the turn, 33.02. A solid opening 50 there. They're straight into the work on the back 50 as well. And really looking strong. This is a beautiful technique to sit down in front. The head just tilted forward, as we've touched on, and that's sort of trying to get away from that glare of the sun.
Yeah, but she's doing a good job to stay away from that lane rope. So she's trying to stay in the centre, but she's not letting that lane rope deter her stroke. So she's doing a great job of the last 5 metres. Now, if she could just sit that head back ever so slightly, it would help that body position, but it didn't need any help. She takes that win, 107.42 over who from lane number 1, 108.65. We've seen a lot of those winners in that 107 mark right now, so we'll see if anyone can crack that as we head into heat number 6.
Well, Velichovsky as well, just 13 years of age, swimming for propulsion, so a great opening race here at the 2026 Australian Age Championships for Velichovsky. We keep the excitement high though as we turn now to heat 6. You can see the warm-up pool there, a little less busy than we saw a little earlier on in the session. That, of course, being not many events left for this morning's session. Still plenty to come, though, in this backstroke, as we now have the confirmation of Velichovsky on top, 107.42, to get a confident victory in Heat 6. Heat 7 now. Sorry, Heat 6 in the water now.
Take your marks.
Underway, and a clean start across the field. You can see there Zhuang and Mazbui really maximizing their time underwater, capitalizing that momentum into this opening 25, but moving through D'Emanuel in the middle of the pool.
A few of the girls there really struggling with their lines. Their wind just starting to pick up a little bit at the far end. Lane 6 looking good. Mabsal turning through in a 31.63. And the girls still just trying to favour one side of the pool to get some bearing. Just out of the corner of their eye, keeping an eye on that lane rope. Don't want to be lost in the middle of your lane. As they come down now, really strong swim from one of these outside heats, heat 6 of 14, from Aliyah Mabsoot, 13-year-old from St. Peter's Western, as she comes down, touches in a strong 107.01, almost 3 seconds off her entry time, and especially in these conditions. That's a great result.
Please, swimmers.
It can be a little bit more challenging, seeing as some of these PBs would have been done at an indoor pool. So it changes when you come to that outside pool, especially for those backstrokers. You've got to play with the wind, you've got to play with the sun. But these girls doing a great job of this 100 metres backstroke, taking that win and almost breaking that 107.
Exactly as you asked for before, Em. It's going to be interesting to see these athletes tantalise with that marker. Such a big barrier to break through. We move now, heat 7 in the water, swimming strongly as we get ready to approach the halfway mark of these heats. We've seen some fantastic swims thus far. This one really tight, just under 0.2 of a second, separating the whole field. As we get to the back end of this opening 50, you can see Lila Hu on the other side, getting ready to turn in first position. The battle coming from Charlotte Brown in 8. 9, in fact. And that turns through 32.89 in first place.
Brown doing a great job from out of lane number 9. She's got that sneaky lane where those middle lanes can't see where she is. So she's doing a great job trying to hold on to this lead with the final 25 metres left to swim. But now the battle comes from the middle of the pool as Lee is making her move. Witten is making her move in 4 and 5 as they come down under the flags. Lee ever so slightly in front, and she will take it on the wall, that 108.35. But Brown was able to hold on for that second position, 108.57. Witten there with that third touch on the wall, 108.58.
Yeah, nice swim there in heat 7. So halfway through the heats. And as they're swimming down, we see the confirmation there from the heat 7. As they're swimming down, you might notice the shadow being caused by falling on the pool of one of the light towers. It's the only amount of reprieve, you could say, and it really only gets into lane 8 and 9 down the turn end of the pool. So it's quite glary out there. The element's definitely playing a part. But some fast swimming coming out regardless as heat 8 now pushes back. And a really nice, strong start there from Chloe Zhang in lane 4. She really made the most of that underwater and has come up nicely. You can see also in lane 6, Sadie Whitcomb, who's matching her stroke for stroke and probably pushing away a little bit. Sienna Schmidt down in lane 9 as well, looking strong. And Lucy Wolford is in the mix too, so it's Whitcomb from Wolford, third through Schmidt, and then Chloe Zhang in the middle after that dynamic start. But probably the best of the turn was Whitcomb, extending that lead she managed to eke out in that first 50. Now Chloe Zhang starting to come back at the field. I think Whitcomb might have enough in this 8th heat. Although I've got to say, Zhang's coming back hard in the last 10 metres. I think she might have passed her just coming down. She has a 108.32, takes out heat 8. About 0.4 of a second at the end there on Whitcomb. Wogan in for third. Lithgow managed to get up over the top of Buchanan. And Schmidt just faded away a little bit towards the end of that swim.
Those fast starts, Matt, really capitalised on by Chloe Zhang there. We saw at last year's Junior World Championship, Charlotte Crush absolutely unstoppable in both the 100 and 200 backstroke. The World Junior level, she had unbelievable underwater work. So good to see that coming through the Australian age ranks as well, as we now turn our attention to heat 9. They're underway and swimming strongly here in heat 9 is our swimmer in lane 7, Eleanor McGrath. The best of the first 15 as we work our way through this opening 25. And someone who had a very strong underwater as well. How much did you train that in preparation for racing?
Yeah, I think it's super important to always train really hard in those underwaters. Looking great. McGrath out of lane number 7. Bierman out of 2. Holding on for those top 2 spots there. Turning through in that 32.79, 32.87 for Bierman. So those 2 outside lanes, they're doing a fantastic job. Also looking strong is Waterhouse out of lane number 0 as they come down to 25 metres to go. I think these girls need to remember to focus those underwaters all the time. The more you do it in training, the easier it becomes in racing. As they come down under the flags, Waterhouse out of 0 doing a great job holding on as we come down to that touch. McGrath takes the win, 108.73 in front of Waterhouse out from lane number 0, 108.81. So not a lot in it at all.
I'd like to say that McGrath using the swimmers around her, whether she could see Waterhouse out there, I'm not sure, but to be honest, the sun is so bright here from the Gold Coast, they probably can't see anything at all. We're just lucky to stay in the lanes. So the elements, one of the challenging factors here. Make it for a beautiful day and great for the spectators. Let's see our swimmers getting ready for the upcoming heats. There's 14 heats in total of these girls, 13 to 14 years, 100 metres of backstroke. We've had 8 done already. 9 done already, with 10 getting ready to jump in. A few of the fans making sure that they're there supporting their favourite swimmers. Being sun smart as well with their hats.
Nice to see so many people out there with hats on. It's quite hot here and the sun is shining on the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. But all of our fans and family being very sun safe, so fantastic to see. As those results are official now on your screen, McGrath taking out heat number 9 in that beautiful 108.73. As we head now, this is heat number 10, jumping in the water right now.
Take your marks.
Heat 10 underway as we hit the double digits. Still 5 to come at the conclusion, or 4 to come at the conclusion of this. So many different tactics on the wall there, driving them forward, but can't go past lane 1 here. Charlotte Roy absolutely obliterating that side of the pool, but not having it her own way as she turns through, aligned with lane 7.
Lane 1 just getting there to the wall. 1/100th of a second. Charlotte Roy gets to the wall. Leila Van Aswegen just bit of a slower rotation onto the wall, but let's see how this second 50, all important second 50 of the 100 backstroke goes. Charlotte Roy just starting to be pushed back into the field. Akan next to her is coming right up and along the side, but it's Ruby Cooper in the middle of the pool, who's had a fantastic second 25 and blitzed them home. She touches first. She was third at the halfway mark, first at the end with a 109.41. Second to the wall, Van Aswegen, 110.51, about a second back. And Akan next to Charlotte Roy, who may have been dragged out,
Move down the lane
to
ropes, please,
hold on
swimmers.
for third. Only a handful of heats to go. As we said, 14 in total. That's 10 down. Only 4 left. Results now from that heat. And the pacing, just always an interesting story, isn't it? Charlotte Roy first to the wall at the halfway, equal 8th at the end of the race. It really shows it doesn't matter what time you go out in, it's what energy you use to do it.
Take your marks.
Let's go here with heat 11 now as we build through the back stages of this 100 backstroke. Again, a good start on the far side of the pool. You can see lane 0 through Ruby Ong developing, as you said, Matt. You can really see those tactics starting to develop at the later stages of the heats as well. Ong now in a battle after that fast start, coming through lane 3, Millie Gaudry.
Now I'm loving these outside swims. Hayley Cam there, she touched second only by 3 or 6 100ths of a second, but really making the most of the 50 metres of water that she's been given. First through, though, was Millie Gaudry. Chapman right next to her touched second. Fourth through was Elaine Hughes. So a couple of races within races as they're really starting to push down now. Millie Gaudry doing everything she can to hold on. Ruby Ong at the top of the picture. She's come on strong, touched 5th, but She's probably got the best of the second 50. She does touch first, a 1:10.27. So Ruby Ong,
Move down the lane ropes, please, swimmers.
from Somerville House, 13-year-old, comes in with a time of 1:11.5, comes out with a 1:10.2. Second, Chapman, then Gaudry. Alice Small makes up fourth place. And Paches in lane 1 in for fifth. So heat 11 is swum. Yeah, cool down pool getting quieter and quieter as the morning goes, as less people are warming up for the swims. They're in marshalling or getting ready to race or have raced. It's a great centre here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, that big 50-metre pool out the back. There's another diving pool, another short course pool, and even an indoor 25 to help with your cool downs. At the centre court, if you like. We were talking tennis analogies before, Emily. And centre court here is looking strong. We're just waiting for confirmation from the previous heat, whether there's been a discrepancy with a disqualification or a touchpad issue.
It's quite warm here at the pool, 28 degrees, so hopefully those athletes are staying really hydrated, especially before those races. It can get very hot in the water as well, so important to maybe have a cold shower after you finish your cool down. Really take that body temperature down and help that recovery process speed up.
Tough venue to race well at, the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Obviously today delivering in spades, but if you throw back to the 2018 Commonwealth Games, the very different conditions that they raced in.
Very different, but doing a great job off that start. Hang there out of 5. And just a special mention to Sophia Wag-Leighton there, out of lane number 8. So a para-age swimmer coming here and racing those able-bodied athletes. So she's swimming out of lane 8, 13 years old. Her time in the program, that 1:11.94. So great effort for Wag-Leighton there. As we look at that first turn, leading them through in that 33.92. Low out of lane number 6. Over Snyder's in lane number 9. 34.17. So we spoke about Welshie, that those outside lanes with 0 and 9. If you're in those outside lanes, you sort of tend to stick to that lane rope so you don't have to deal with the wall, so you can still get your backstroke pull in. But looking strong now is the middle of the field. Luau in 6, holding on ever so slightly, but battling it out there is those outside lanes again. So Clements in 1, fighting that for that touch as we come down. Luau for that win in 1:10.95 in front of Snyder's 1:11.19. So great job from those ladies. Third touch goes out to lane number 0. So that second and third touch, those 2 outside lanes.
Only a couple of heats left for the girls 13 to 14 years, 100 metres backstroke. Still deep with talent as the results from heat 12 are shown. Heat 13 now. Full field, so good to see in these later heats.
They're two really turning it on here.
Take your marks.
But it is heat 13 now underway as we get ready. The penultimate heat of this event. It has been such a strong event from the very first heat. We've seen personal bests all the way through. You heard earlier from Gary Barclay just at which rate these athletes have been achieving personal best times, and looks like we have another one in the making. Emma Nedden out in front in lane 3, leading by just under half a body length to Kate Better in lane 0. Actually, it is a body length on the turn, 33.11 on the turn, and that is electric on the first 50.
Great first 50 from Nedden in 3, and a great job from Beater in lane number 0. Fighting it out by themselves there, doing a great job, holding on to about a body length lead. But Vida doing an awesome job in lane 0, trying to hold off for that first position as they come down with 15 metres to go. Netta holding on to this lead under the flag. She will take them on the touch. We'll have a look at that time, but a very strong swim. And that 108.85, 110.28 from Vida, but a great swim from Emmett in lane number 3. That 108.85. First time we've seen that 108 pop up in the last couple of heats, so a fantastic job from heat 13 out of 14.
Yeah, that was a very strong swim. It really shows the difference visually of a 108, which, as you said, Emily, we haven't seen for half a dozen heats or so. One heat to go. Heat 14 of 14. We have 6 swimmers vying for a place in tonight's final. Top 10 13-year-olds in the A final, same with the 14-year-olds, and then next 10 in the B final for both as well. So plenty of reasons to race hard this morning under the very warm sun here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. And a nice start there in lane 5 rather. O'Neill and Box in 5 and 6. They're going to be racing each other. They've left the rest of the field behind in a lot of respects. About 40 metres into the race, they've already got a body length, so really nice battle. Fairly high rating there from Stephanie Box at Miami. And Neil and Rackley just pacing herself a little bit more, but it's Steph Box who has really worked that turn as well. And with 25 metres to go, is doing everything she can to hold on. She's not getting lost in the lane. She's doing a very nice job. We had that absolute blinder swim previously, getting into a 108. How fast can these girls go as they come down? We're going to find something similar. I'm wondering if she can sneak under the 110. 5 metres to go. She can quite comfortably with a 109.45. So a very strong swim there from our 13-year-old from Miami, Stephanie Box. Getting under the 1 minute 10 mark. With a wave to the crowd, she says goodbye to the 100 back for the age championships with a big smile.
Well, finishing off those heats with enthusiasm, and that's what we saw once again at a very strong swim. In fact, we keep it though with that same distance. Coming up next, we do have the 100 breaststroke, but still just focusing on this swim here by Box from a very famous club in Miami. You can see those boys ready and rearing for the next event. We just wait for the results to become official, see the summary first and foremost for event 14, and then look back across the entire event of 28 as we get ready to see who will be back in this evening and who will have a shot at not only a national title, but maybe even seeing how they can stack up against the older age groups, which are still yet to swim that 100 backstroke later on. But very good stocks, the 100 backstroke. We've seen it provide fruitfully for a long time now.
I think, yeah, just don't compare yourself maybe to Henry Allen, because I think he is really on that next level to compare himself with those open guys. But a great job from all those ladies in the 100 metres backstroke.
So looking now to the heats, we have 11 heats of the boys 13 to 14 years, 100 metres breaststroke.
11 heats of this, so just so much depth with those 13 and 14-year-olds combined.
Take your marks.
So interestingly, in the lead up to this event, the swimmer in lane 4, Quinn Richards, actually broke the Australian record. The 14 years hasn't been updated officially in the books here, but swam a 103. So as he swims down, we expect to see a strong swim from Quinn Richards from the Campbell Grammar Club. And he's really driving away from the rest of the field. Nice and controlled in the first 50. Touches in the 30.51, 31.28 to Raphael O. Third through was Zach Morgan. But Quinn Richards is having a little bit of a battle now. So Zach Morgan touched third with a great second 50 now. Has pushed further ahead. And it's going to be a battle onto the wall. They'll keep an eye on the clock. But a nice morning swim of a 105.79 takes out the first heat of the boys 13 to 14 years, 100 metres breaststroke. Second through Raffo and Zach Morgan in for third. Christian McBride holds on for fourth.
Interesting you mentioned the records there, Matt, as we get confirmation of those results. The 13 years all-comer record held by Shino Hashi, 105.64. He went on to break the world junior record last year in the 100 and the 200. So I think these breaststroke ranks, obviously we saw a flurry of records in 09, and then it took a while to get down there. Adam Peaty obviously led the way. But turning our attention here to Heat 2 of 11, we can see that next generation of breaststroke. If you can be competing with the very best in the world at this rank, then you have got a very bright future ahead of you. As we see here now, Emmett Morris of Pimba looking the best through the first 25, and the field now lifting as we come through to the turn. The challenge sits with Levi Anderson. In fact, Anderson will turn in first.
Very strong first 50 from Levi Anderson. He looked good from the moment he came up out of the water. He drives himself high out of the water. And with a strong kick in that streamline position, is driving himself faster and faster down this second lap. But I've got to say, Evan Morrison has paced himself well, and he's right in there. So I think Anderson has got what it takes to hold them off. Julian Coe in lane 4 is coming back very strong in this back half of the race. And it will be Anderson who touches first, 106.12. Julian Coe in second. Nash Hawkins in sixth, in lane 6 in third place. And Emmett Morris holds on to fourth. So 11 heats in total. A mix of 13 and 14-year-olds. We've only had 2 13 so far, one in each of the first 2 heats. More in this third heat.
Take your marks.
One of those 13-year-olds includes the swimmer in lane 4, Liam Chang from New Swim, ranked third overall with a 106.96, a very fast time for a 13-year-old. You can see that prowess just looming large over the race. The best of the starts, though, it's coming from Noah Ellison of Cooroy, swimming strongly out of lane 3. Wow, this is a very impressive opening 50. Not a typical breaststroke technique, but it's working for him in lane 3.
Yeah, it's working to great effect. A 30.5 is pretty quick on the way out. One of the fastest first 50 splits we've seen so far in these heats. So Ellison leads from Tay, Chang in on fourth. And you're right there, it's a pretty flat breaststroke from Noah Ellison, but at the end of the day, as long as it's within the rules and it's going fast, it doesn't really matter. So he's doing a great job there, very strong kick, keeps the rating up, and he's holding off Xavier Tay there in lane 5 with that nice bright pink Warringah cap. Comes down to 106.37. That is going to be right in the mix for tonight's final. So Noah Ellison, 14-year-old, takes a couple of seconds off his entry time. He's going to be pretty happy with that once he actually sees the board. Results are confirmed there. Ellison from Tay, Chang, Wang, Kiddo in the top 5. Heat 4.
Take your marks.
We move once again to the first of the unseeded heats, and nothing splitting these athletes. Once again, just a second over the 100 metres. We saw in the heat before Noah Ellison with a different breaststroke technique that made it work. We can see a much different outcome here. A very traditional stroke, swimming from lane 5. Nasugawa of Sopak driving through. He's in a battle now with lane 6. Jonah Joe, 33.08 to sit second behind Natagawa. Rounding out the top 3, we have lane 0, Halapua. And they're on their way back now as they get ready to be crowned champions of Heat 4, wanting to put their best foot forward to get in that A final this evening, compete for a national title. And it's hard to go past Halapua out in lane 0, really in his own water, trying to steal the show. But lane 5 now coming through. Natagawa, the leader at the 50, and lane 4 as well. Alistair Ho storming through these final stages. It will go the way of Alistair Ho in lane 4, 1:10.84, 37.03 on that second 50, a class above the rest, Matt.
Yeah, that was a very nice second 50 there. That cap on very tight. His hair's completely dry. 1:10.84 in our 4th heat. So, fair mix of 13 and 14-year-olds now through these heats, and each looking for their respective top 10 and top 20 places for a finals berth tonight. But PB's on offer as well. So Ho from Natagawa, and then Joe in front of Halapua up in lane 0. Times are confirmed, and heat 5 gets on the blocks.
Take your
Still
marks.
plenty of excitement left in day 2. And that excitement continues here as heat 5 hits the water. Breaststroke, you can use more than the 15 metres underwater. Only one pull out though. It's very hard at such a young age to maintain momentum all the way through 17 metres. But that is something that they continue to develop as young athletes. Transitioning though into this stroke and doing a fantastic job as we come to the halfway mark. We do have Carlson Leo sitting in lane 5, but Gabriel Yo leads us through with a 32.41. The battle coming out of lane 1 and 8. So once more, Matt, flanked by the outside of the pool, and lane 4 doing it by himself in the front.
Yeah, obviously we know the traditional ranking through the lanes, 4, 5, 3, 6, as we go from those faster times in the middle of the pool to the outside. Having that advantage of swimming in the middle of the pool, being able to see the competitors around you, but so much depth is coming from the outside. So Fufigan in lane 1, coming in second, really pushing himself well in front of the field, but it's Yo touches first to 1:10.15. Not about second and a half, best part of almost 2 seconds from second there. Third through to the wall was Bastow. Fourth with a 1:13.79 was Paki. Results on your screen. And as always, these times will be compared with all of the heats, all 11 heats, compiled, ranked, and finals will be determined.
Plenty to fight for here on day 2. Plenty still left to come in the overall program, and expect to see some of the athletes in the water continuing to fight through the rest of the competition as Heat 6 takes centre stage. 14-year-olds strongly represented in the middle of the pool, and that is where a lot of the challenge is coming from. Theo Porter, the 13-year-old in lane 1, though looking to steal the show as he comes down to complete the first 50.
Oh, we've got a real battle on our hands in this heat. So heat 6, not a lot between them coming in, even less at the halfway mark. Porter touches first at the halfway mark in front of Darcy. And then Q out in lane 8. Andrew Walther in lane 5, staying in the mix And Zhao just doing everything he can to hold on and trying to get in front of Neil out in lane 2. So with only 10-15 metres left to swim, it's Porter who's looking very strong in this second 50. With 5 metres to go, he's got almost best part of a body length. So he came back in a 38.8 seconds. Most of the field not being able to break 40 on the way back, and touches in a 1:12.88. So great second 50 there from Theo Porter from Westside Christchurch. Second to the wall, Andrew Walther, and then Darcy in for third.
Theo's older sister, Lucy Porter, prolific young breaststroker. She's won multiple age group medals, so potentially that on the horizon for Theo, but he's going to have to hope that the heats fall his way now as we turn to heat 7 of 11. They're underway and swimming here in Adelaide, on the Gold Coast, in fact. Sorry about that.
You're one step ahead of yourself.
Swimming strongly.
It'd be pretty cold in Adelaide to swim outdoors right now, but Gold Coast putting on a great show. 28 degrees here, beautiful venue, so many gorgeous pools for these athletes to warm up and cool down in, but looking strong. Cheng in lane number 4, Green in 5, battling it out, and Jones in lane number 0. We see a lot of our competitors put on some strong positions from lane 0 and 9. Richardson in that 4th position, Jones in that 5th. Cheng leading them through in front of Green. As they come down to the last 35 metres of this race, you can see Cheng now really starting to make his move on the rest of the field. So strong in that breaststroke. Holding on is Jones in lane number 0 in that 2nd position at the moment as they come down to 15 metres left to swim. Cheng out of lane 4 doing a great job of this 100 metres breaststroke. A nice, beautiful glide with his stroke as he comes down under the flags. He will take that touch on the wall. We'll have a look at that time. 1:11.64 in front of Jones out of lane number 0. 1:13.57, and Green with that 3rd touch. 1:13.59. So a great job from those boys, and a very solid PB there. That time in that program, that 1:15.4. And was able to get that 1:11 this morning. So a great job from Cheng to take out heat number 7. As we move now, this is heat number 8 on the blocks.
Did love Cheng's technique there and just really driving those hips forward, which we talk about minimizing drag in breaststroke, and we've talked about how important the backstroke body position is, but equally so here, the breaststroke. If you can drive those hips up and really minimize the drag that your arms create, you're going to be swimming fast, and that's exactly what we saw in the heat prior. Similarly, seeing that through the first 25, a little bit more drag though coming from Chase Summers in lane 5, and swimming strongly out in lane 9 is Ethan Carr. Looks to be up there with the best. I love the glide here that we're seeing from Ethan Carr, although he will be sitting 2nd at the 50-metre mark.
Summers turning through there in that 33.71 in front of Carr from lane number 9, 34.30. So a great job again from those outside lanes, really putting pressure on those athletes sitting in the middle. Obviously, we know this is quite tight. There's less than a second between the boys swimming in lane 4 to those boys swimming in those outside lanes. So nothing in it at all as they battle down to the last 15 metres. And Wang doing a great job in 3. He's taken over that lead as he heads down. He will get his hands on the wall first. It is Wang, 1:12.41 in front of Carr from lane number 9. That 1:13.54. And that 3rd touch was Johnson there from lane number 6 at 1:14.04.
We see that efficiency come really in spades there, and 37.81 for Wang to come over the top and take the victory. And clearly on top, and pretty happy with that result as well. 2nd going the way of Carr, as you touched on. He was 39.2 on the way back, and Thomas was 39.1. So 100 breaststroke, you said it throughout the broadcast, the easier you can make it look, more likely the faster you can swim. So we're just waiting for confirmed results as we see that marshalling yard looking a little bit nervous for what's to come. Starting to see the 200 butterfly and 800 freestyle rounding out the program.
So two very tough events coming up. That 200 butterfly, that 800 free, very hard to do at lunchtime here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. As those results are now official, Wang with that top time, that 1:12.41 to take out that heat number 8. Heat number 9 on the blocks. There is 11 heats of this.
A good point you make, Emily. Some really tough races here on the second morning of action at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre for the Australian Age Championships. Heat 9 in the water for the boys 13 to 14 years, 100 metres breaststroke. And not a lot separating them at this early mark. Although I must say, out in lane 2, Chris Song from Carlisle looking really strong coming into the wall. Very strong breaststroke, driving himself forward. He touches first in a 34.16, about a second ahead of second. Thapar in a 35.11. Third is on the other side of the pool. Choi a 35.15. As they're coming down now, you can really see that lead that Song has managed to gain in that first 50, but they're coming back at him. Thapar really starting to push hard in this second 50, but I really like the rhythm, keeping the rhythm up, fairly flat stroke there and keeping the rating up. And he drives himself forward, almost didn't get to the wall. I thought he was going to stretch, but he took another stroke to the wall. Song gets to the wall in a 1:14.66, second to the wall. Pala Thapar, 1:15.20.
Song really started to shorten up on his stroke the last 15 metres, so you could see he really went out quite hard and was just holding on in the end, and that's why he did that extra stroke. Welshie, I think he was just in a lot of pain and he couldn't get those legs to drive.
Well, he had an entry time of 1:17, so 3 seconds better. It's a good result here as we come through to heat 10. So only 2 more heats to go in this 100 metres breaststroke for the 13 to 14-year-old boys. And fortune favours the brave. For those who can get out hard, that's what we're seeing at the top of your screen there. In fact, it's the outside lanes that are really leading them. So Jonathan Hopkins down in lane 8 all by himself has probably got the best of it. If not, it's going to be Mason Lee at the top. It is Hopkins. Touches first in a 34.70. Mason Lee in about a third of a second back. And then third through was 2 in lane 2. Anderson holding it together in lane 1. It's going to be a real battle through to the wall. So lane 8, touching them through. There he is in your screen, but you can see them catching him. Van Gijssen doing a great job there in lane 6. In fact, he might have momentum. It's going to be between himself or Anderson in lane 1. It is Anderson, a 1:15.75, 1/100th of a second in front of Van Gijssen, a 1:15.76. About a second back to Parker Smith. And these outside heats still throwing some great racing in. And so we see some more skyline here of some random state in Australia. Can't remember which one. Gold Coast. It is just a beautiful place to be. As we dive in for the final heat of the 13 to 14 years 100 metres breaststroke. Just the 3 competitors. And Aidan Kavanagh, a 13-year-old from the breakers, trying to break away from them. Liam Telby in lane 4, trying to stay with him as best he can, and Finn Walters staying in the mix as well. Only hundredths of a second separating these 3 athletes leading into this meet. And it's Tilby who touches first at the halfway mark, but only just. Still very little in this final heat. Coming up next, the girls 15 to 16 years, 200 metres butterfly. And then into the 800, as you said, Em. But with 15 metres left to swim, the 100 metres breaststroke is still delivering.
He'll be holding on for that lead in lane number 4 as he comes down under the flags now. He's doing a great job of this breaststroke, and he will touch that wall on that 1:13.82. Walters in that 1:14.96. Kavanagh with that 1:17.53 to round out. 11 heats of that 100 metres breaststroke. Some really strong times from these boys, and we can't wait to see them back tonight for that A and B final.
They set the qualifying times to make it tricky, but they just keep rising to the occasion, and more people qualifying. So good to see.
As those results are official on your screen. That was your boys 13 to 14 years 100 metre breaststroke. Obviously tonight they'll break off into the different age groups, the 13-year-old boys, the 14-year-old boys. And looking like some really strong racing on the cards tonight.
So the warm-up pool getting ready for our final few races. Make sure you don't go anywhere. Be right back on the other side of this short ad break here at the Australian Age Championships in the beautiful Gold Coast. Joining us for Nine's continued coverage here of the 2026 Australian Age Championships on the Gold Coast. What a day it has been, and still plenty of swimming left to come. Some tough athletes about to take to the water. 12:53 in the afternoon, ready to race here on the blocks. Event 30, the first of 5 heats. Girls 15, 16 years, 200 metre butterfly. Heidi Schumack enters the water is a clear favourite, 2:14.22, the 16-year-old from Sopak. And you can see that class off the blocks, a beautiful butterfly stroke swimming in the middle of the pool.
She's already taken the lead in that first 25 metres, and she's got a beautiful high stroke with her arms. She's got a beautiful balance with her legs as well. So she does a great job of these butterfly events. Heidi Schumacher, we've seen her a lot over the Age Championships. 29.24 leading them through. In front of Anderson next to her in that 30.16.
It's a tough event to back up. We see Sienna Gibson as the 15 years title holder in a 2:16.74. And unfortunately, that's going to be a very tough time to beat for these 15 years olds. But we hope to see them battle very intently against it. The Australian record sits with 2:08.51, Lizzie Deckers, and we know the prowess that she's brought through her career. 1:03.42 at the halfway mark. That's a impressive opening 100, and you expect to be 1:03, I'd say 1:08 on the back end, Em?
200 butterfly really is beyond my depths, but For me, it's about keeping the race together. So not letting that second 100 blow out too much. You still want to be able to maintain that great rhythm in your butterfly. Schumacher is a great demonstrator of that in this 200 butterfly right now. She's so strong out in front, great turns, and really utilizes the power she produces off that wall, and great depth with her underwater. She really excels. She took that to about 6-7 meters there, so it's pretty impressive to see from our 16-year-old out in lane number 4. She's holding on for this win, but that battle for that second position between Anderson there right next to her in lane number 3.
It's all Schumacher out in front, doing a fantastic job, as she touched on him. That technique, incredibly tidy, and it's going to come away with a very confident Heat 1 victory, 2:16.01. So 103 on the first 100, 35.36 to anchor that home with a 2:16.01. We'll see how it builds through the rest of the competition. But thus far, that is a fantastic way to start the competition of the 200 butterfly 15-16 years girls. Second going the way of Anderson out of lane 3. Third going to Wythe, Rocky City. Love the 200 butterfly. The Mackenzie Wythe at 15 years of age. She could be the one that potentially looks to beat that time, 2:16.74, the time it took to win gold last year. But for now, Schumacher looks quite content with that swim there, and a big swim to come this evening once we get the ratified results.
We're just waiting for those results to become official. So that top time right now for a 16-year-old, that 2:16.01. That top time for a 15-year-old, that 2:23.7 there. So
we see the warm-up pool getting less and less busy as we draw to conclusion on the competition. But as you mentioned there, that is the time to go through this evening. The top 10 on each age group will be vying for a spot, and then the 200 butterfly, tough one to battle through to the top, but these athletes wanting the opportunity to fight for that national title. Confirming now the results, 2:16.01 to take that heat. We turn our attention to Heat 2 of 5 in the girls 15-16 years 200 butterfly. And we do see the reigning champion swimming from lane 6 here for Brisbane Grammar.
Heat number 2 in the water. We see a lot of strong athletes in this one. Sylvester, your fastest qualifier for this heat in lane number 4 as a 16-year-old. All 16-year-olds apart from lane number 8 and 9 in this field. So there are 10 spots for both 16 and for those 15-year-olds tonight to come back and swim again in that A final. Taking them out strong is Potter out in lane number 1, turning through in that 29.49 in front of Sylvester there in lane number 4, and Gibson in 3, holding on for that third position. Like you said, Will, that title holder as a 15-year-old in that 2:16.74 from last year.
See how they stack up, but good to see them committing to the race early. As you said, Potter turning through for the Highlanders out in lane 1. Really doing some great work at the Highlanders through Ryan Steenkamp as their head coach, and Potter just fading into, still managing to sit in second just behind Sylvester, moving through for Rackley. This is a heavily featured 16 years race. Just and Mantle in 8 and 9, the two 15-year-olds. So that 2:20 mark that we saw in the heat before from Mackenzie Wythe, the time to beat to get into the final, well, to be the first ranked into the final at this point. But Sylvester now in this third 50, and they say it's a premiership quarter during footy. It's certainly the premiership quarter during this 200 butterfly. The third 50, by far the most important in the 200 fly, and that's where Sylvester has made her move to be sitting confidently in front of Gibson, now sitting in second.
Now these girls did a great job of that first 100, just off the pace, almost a second behind Schumacher in that first heat. So that's where we can see the different pacings come into play in this 200 butterfly. But looking great out there is Sylvester out of lane 4, holding on to this lead just in front of Gibson in lane 6 and Field in 3 as they battle it out under the flags. It's a battle between Gibson and Sylvester onto the wall. And it will be Gibson that takes that one out in that 2:17.95, just in front of Sylvester there in that 2:18.03, and Field with that third touch on that wall, that 2:18.94. So a great job from that second heat of that 200 butterfly.
Gibson there, entry time sitting with 2:20.68, the time that she took to win the gold medal last year, 2:16.74. So returning to form once again at the National Age Championships and getting herself into a battle with Heidi Schumack this evening, as we now have confirmed results on the scoreboard. We turn our attention to Heat 3, the final seeded heat, and we have Miami's Sakurai in lane 4 as the favourite for this race. The leading 15-year-old swimmer entered into this meet, 2:16.58, the time to beat. Sakurai of Miami. Rocky City represented once more. There's something about Rocky City that loves these tough events, Matt.
She's out strong, Annalise Matthews in lane 5. Also with an early little lead or little charge was Dory Lee out in lane 3, but it's Matthews that leads them through in front of Asquith. And then Sakurai in lane 4. The pacing's so important. Matthews the fastest through, the only swimmer underneath that 30-second mark. We just saw in that previous heat, Sienna Gibson, she was the only swimmer to come back in a 36 point in that last 50. So we keep an eye on their pacing as they come through. So important to conserve your energy, but at the same time you need to keep your pace up. As I said, it's the holy grail of swimming, is easy speed. You want to go as fast as you can without hurting. That way you can do it for longer. It's not a matter of who can get out as fast as possible and put up with the pain. It's a matter of being able to hold your stroke together and manage that delivery of the power. And delivering quite nicely in lane 5 is Annalise Matthews, having a great battle with Sakura right next to her. So it is the two swimmers in the gold lanes in the middle of the pool who really have pushed themselves out in front of the rest of the field. So splitting through that last 50, our two lead swimmers still keeping under the 36-second mark, and Sakurai probably doing the best job in this final 50 as she comes down to touch with a good body length lead. 2:15.06, comes home almost a second and a half quicker than Matthews in lane 5. Third to the wall is Asquith at 2:23.41, and Dory Lee with a 2:23.88.
A very impressive swim there, just keeping those hips exceptionally high all the way through. See the sun certainly playing an effect on these athletes, but Sakurai just being efficient through that first 100, turning through in second, but then storming over the top. 35.12 on that final 50. It shows if you can stay efficient, that easy speed as you refer to, Matt, it is king, especially in the 200 butterfly. Here are our confirmed results. Sakurai of Miami on top with a 2:15.06. The fastest swim thus far. 2 heats still to come. Heat 4 now on the blocks and ready to go.
Take your marks.
Underway. Heat 4 of 6, event 30. One event still to come this morning. There's a final girls event for the session. Tough way to finish it, but these athletes standing up to the task. They've been well prepared for this meet, and they are delivering in spades. None more so than what we're seeing currently in lane 4. Another strong show from Chu of Singapore, just marginally ahead of lane 7, Logan Shelley, turning through in second there, 31.27. 31.09 leads us through, so on par with what we saw in the third heat there. 30 points across the field on the opening 50. 31 here. Sitting in third is Kiara Bell in the middle of the pool. And you can see the impact of some early, easy speed now coming to test these athletes as they go down to the halfway mark. This is at that point, Matt, where you start to feel the pinch of the 200 butterfly.
Yeah, very much interesting to see that Kira Chu in lane 4. She takes them through at the halfway mark at 107.67. She's breathing every 2 strokes, so she's still quite comfortable with this rhythm. She'll need to keep that oxygen flowing through her body to get her over this second 50. Gets her head down every 2 strokes, but up high on the surface so that her drag is less and her hips stay high. So second through Rebecca Whiting at the halfway mark. Kira Bell in for third. Fourth was Shelley Logan. Now Rebecca Whiting really starting to push back. In fact, it's a dead heat at the 150 metre mark. Rebecca Whiting with a 145.84 shared with Kira Chu with 50 metres to go. It really is a race to the finish. Will our third place Kira Bell come over the top of both of them? She's coming back hard as well. So in this fourth heat of 5 of the 15 to 16 years 200 butterfly, it is coming down to the wire. Rebecca Whiting with a fantastic last 50. She looks like she's pushed ahead. She tied at the 150, but no such problems at the finish. In fact, only 5 100 separated Taylor Miller and herself onto the wall. So Taylor Miller coming back with a 36.33, the fastest last 50 of the field. But Rebecca Whiting taking it out from Miller and then Chu. So 1 heat to go of the 200 butterfly.
Similar to one of the earlier boys 200 butterflies where we saw, I believe it was Han Tung Wang come home with a bit of a flurry. Might be wrong there, but Taylor Miller 31.6, 37.1, 38.2, 36.3. As a coach, Matt, what feedback would you be providing there?
Well, just really good race strategy and lots of lessons learned. It's, you know, ultimately the coach can only lead and the athlete really has to perform. And experiences like this just add up. Their combined knowledge.
Take your marks.
These races getting tighter and tighter as we go through these heats. Being separated by hundredths of a second. Every single one of these athletes pushing everything they can here at the Australian Age Championships. 200 butterfly, such a grueling event. The first 50 might feel light and easy, but it takes a lot out of you. And by the time you get to the last, legs are numb, arms are numb, lungs are definitely not your friend. As Bowman takes them through 30.92. So a pretty swift first 50 from Kelly Bowman from the Newmarket Races. She comes in with an entry time of 2:28.67. We'll keep an eye on how she goes with that because she's started off very strong. Brooklyn Whalen in lane 2, having a nice little battle with Isabella Broderick in 6, but probably can't see each other. Or rather in lane 5, sorry. Sophia Beaton. So Bowman through first, then Broderick in 6. Beaton just beating Whalen to the wall, and then Austin rounds out the 5. But very strong swim out in front, a 106.38. Almost want to check some splits from the previous heats because she really has pushed away from the field with about a 5-metre lead in front of Broderick and Beaton in lanes 6 and 5 respectively. Kelly turns with a 144, 4.5 seconds in front of Broderick. This is a fantastic swim. You sometimes see the swimmers take it out quite hard but then are brought back into the field later on in the race. She's definitely hurting. The arms just aren't quite pulling the stroke length that she was in the first 50. I'm sure the legs are screaming at her too, but this is a gutsy swim in the final heat of the 200 metres butterfly. 5 metres left to swim, and she's maintained that lead on the rest of the field. Fantastic work. Comes in with a 2:28, but comes out with a 2:22.68. A great swim there from Kelly Bowman from Newmarket Races. Second to the wall is Broderick in a 2:27.76, a good 5 seconds back. Third through Whalen, just off Broderick. And Beaton and Austin bringing up 4th and 5th in the race. So all of our 200 butterflies swum. Results now on the board. Next event up on the program is an 800 freestyle, but before we get there, we've spoken about it lots today with these very tight times, hundredths of a second sometimes needing to separate them. Well, we couldn't separate this next race, and to fight for a spot in tonight's final, we have a swim-off. So this is a swim-off for the girls 13 to 14 years, 100 metres at backstroke. Only the 2 competitors who have tied in a time of 108.85, and we need to separate them. It was this, a coin, or paper, scissors, rock, and they decided this was the best way to go about it. And it's tough having to back up with an extra swim as the 2 athletes jump in the water, ready to fight it out.
Take your marks. Stand down, swimmers.
Oh, that was a very long hold. Glad they had a reset there.
Take your marks.
Well, away cleanly now in this swim-off. Ivy Gratzik and Emma Needon. Great start, a very enthusiastic start from Emma Needon. Is a full 100 metres though, and got to hold on for the whole lot. But if you're going to do it, get in there hard. So we know they swum a time earlier today, a 108.85. And Needon, swimming from Brighton Grammar, taking them through at the halfway mark, a 32.81. So a third of a second ahead of Ivy Gratzik from Brisbane Jets. Now into the second 50. We've got 35 metres left to swim. The rating of both swimmers is up. There is so much to race for. This is for a spot in the final. Isaac Gratzik just measured her first 50. Didn't get out too hard. Emma Needon now just starting to feel the pinch of that first 50. They're neck and neck coming down with 5 to go. Gratzik maybe just getting ahead now. Gratzik pushing further ahead as the race goes on. She gets it in 107.99. So Gratzik faster than her heat swim before by a good, strong margin.
Yeah, that would have seen her go through as the 3rd fastest into tonight's final. What a swim for Gratzik in there, confirming there she will be the first reserve for tonight's final. But, of course, swimming from lane 4 in the B final, should there not be a withdrawal. So a great effort in the swim-off, and time for some fun here. We have a number of 800 freestyle time final. Of course, the fastest heat will swim this evening, but we do have 3 800 freestyles ahead of us. A great opportunity to meet some of the youngsters on the rise, including William Thorpe, who'll swim from lane 5 in this heat. He is Australian champion on the 7.5 kilometres, and he's actually on the Australian Junior Dolphins team, heading to Argentina later this year to compete at the Open Water World Championships for the juniors. So we'll see how Thorpe lines up here, swimming from 5, of course, 4, sitting with Danny Baxter of Somerset. 8:26.15. It's a fast enough time to swim from the time final this evening, but of course, only 2 visitors allowed to swim in the final. So Danny's going to have to push the field here, and you can see as we go to the 50-metre mark, that's exactly his intentions.
Yeah, it will be quite an interesting race, this 800. We'll see some of those boys take it out really strong, and we'll see some of those boys bring it home very strong. Kreutzberger out of lane number 6. I'm interested to see what he can produce this morning. Kay of lane number 3. They're both 15-year-olds. There's only 2 15-year-olds in tonight's final. So we know that there will be a medal from one of these swimmers this morning, and maybe even two medals. We could get 2 of those 15-year-olds to be faster than those ones tonight, and that's where the medals will change it up. So these times matter this morning. Just because they are swimming this morning doesn't mean that their times don't count. Their times count for those medal positions tonight.
And speaking of tonight, we will have both the 15 and 16 years age record holder, Lincoln Waring, ready to race for Chandler, entered through 7:56.80. He has broken some serious records to hold that one.
I was just looking at that before because I was like, how does it work out that he can break the 15-year-old and 16-year-old in the same year? But he must have just had his birthday at some point throughout that year to then put him in that next age group. So that 16-year-old record, that 7:56.80 is a cracking time in those distance events. And we've had some very, obviously, great history in those distance events. And I'm pretty sure he took the record from Matt Corton.
Yes, yeah, he did. And doing so at the Queensland State Championships, which you know better than anyone, Em, is a bit of a slog. So if you're swimming personal best at Queensland State Opens, I'm excited to see what he has in store for us at the National Age Championships, fully fit and ready. Danny Baxter out in front here for Somerset. He went through 1:57, absolutely flying in the early part of this race. Sitting in second, we do have Kreutzberger, one of those athletes we mentioned pre-race, and then Thorpe rounding out the top 3. Matt, as we look down the pool for what will be the 300-metre turn, Danny Baxter with a really efficient freestyle stroke, which is why he's positioned at the front.
Yeah, and holding a very good pace out the front as well. We're treated to a masterclass of the 1500 from Sam Short during the Australian Open here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre last week, and he was very consistent with his 50s, holding them all under 30 seconds. And in comparison, Danny Baxter doing a great job. He's holding 31 mids at this stage, but that's faster than anyone else in the field. Most of the other swimmers holding 32 mids to 33s. So not only is he out in front and has done the work to get himself a good 6-second lead on the majority of the field, he's still holding faster times than them. This is a long race, though. 16 laps of the 800 metres freestyle, and we're not quite at halfway mark.
Got a beautiful freestyle stroke, not necessarily the traditional or the new traditional freestyle where there's quite a lope. He's really consistent through both arm strokes, and you can see even on the entry, very efficient. Not much water being displaced by his hand on the entry point, which obviously leads to a very efficient engagement of his lats, which drives him forward for a fast freestyle, and that's paying dividends through the halfway mark, 4:05.58. We're on track here, I think, for around that 8:20 mark. His personal best sitting 8:26.15.
He's maintaining a pretty high rating as well through his strokes. So as he progresses down, obviously that's going to take a little bit more energy out, keeping the stroke rating up. But he also takes potentially less load with each arm. So he's holding roughly about a 200-metre pace, about a 42 strokes per minute. So it is probably a little bit faster than we would usually see. But with less load comes less fatigue, and he's able to continue that speed. So he's still splitting the fastest 50s from anyone in the field. No one else is breaking 32 seconds for the 50 metres yet. And he's still managing to do that as he comes down to the 500-metre mark. And a very controlled, mature swim. Just rolls over. 5:09.65.
It's a really good battle that Baxter is having here with the clock. That 450 mark was the first time he was able to just drop down in the time. It's been building throughout the race, but he seems to be preferring swimming this length of the pool. Obviously, the competition sitting in both lanes 5 and 6. through Thorpe and Kreutzberger. Those were the challenges early part of the race. Finn Kelly as well sitting in fourth. 32.2 there for Danny Baxter, so just sliding slightly. Again, we'll be looking around that 8:20 mark if he's wanting to be in contention for some medals this evening. 16 years of age as a visitor, maybe just outside. There's a lot around that mark, but he's doing a fantastic job just to continue to push it by himself. And it's a lonely race when you commit to it early on, and Baxter's doing a fantastic job just to commit.
He certainly is. He's doing a great job out in front, but I love this battle in that second, third position. Kreutzberger and Thorpe have been between 0.03 each time, and still they're close to each other. So I love that battle because those boys are using each other to help push them along. We know that Kreutzberger is that 15-year-old, so he's pushing for a 15-year-old time this morning to be in contention for a medal in tonight's final, because we know there's only 2 15-year-olds in tonight and one is a visitor. So there will be 2 medals today, this morning, in that 15-year-old age group.
So here we have 3 laps left to go. How it stacks up is yet to be determined. You can see the fighting fury of William Thorpe out of lane 5. You know he can go the distance. You know he's got a lot of support as well around the world. He's one of the most passionate supporters that I've met, and with very good rights. The Thorpe brothers have delivered a number of times at the age champs, especially in the decision freestyle, but all eyes sit here on Danny Baxter as he just slides out ever so slightly again. So that 8:20 mark is going to be a challenge from this point, unless he can lift in the final 100. But you were right here, lanes 5, 6, and 7 now getting into a little bit of a tussle, which we'll love to see at the end of a distance freestyle race.
Yeah, Finn Kelly doing a great job in 7 to try and make a move on those 2 boys in that second, third position. But Thorpe and Kreutzberger really battling it out. They haven't separated from each other at all as they turn through there. They're so close, only 0.2 between them. So it'll come down to who can get their hand on the wall. Obviously, Baxter's going to take out the win.
You can see his rating has definitely dropped from what it was before. There's a lot of pain going into it in comparison. Thorpe and Kreutzberger have got a lot of energy. They saved it up. They're not going to catch him, though. But it's an absolute battle. Thorpe probably just getting the better of it. Kreutzberger, oh, it's going to be very close down to the line. It's going to be hundredths of a second in it. It's 3/100 separating Thorpe in front of Kreutzberger.
Wow, what a swim. Did Thorpe have a cap on to start with? Because he doesn't now.
If we have a delay, it's because it's somewhere down the Gold Coast Aquatic pool. We'll keep an eye on that, but it is Baxter from Thorpe, Kreutzberger, then Kelly. Mora up in lane 0, got in 5th. Rogers in for 6th. Then Kay, Kopf, McDermott, and Mead rounding out the 10. So results now on your screen, you'll see. 3 heats in total this morning for the 800 metres freestyle. These will all be combined with our time final tonight.
Take your marks.
And as you said before, a very well-made point that there is only one categorised 15-year-old in the final tonight, so 2 medals will be determined in this morning's heats. We had about 4 15-year-old swimmers in the previous timed final. We would hazard a guess that that's where we're going to find them from. And with a time of 8:29.74 from Kreutzberger. That looks to be at least one of the medals, or one of the medals, and the second definitely up for grabs. So pretty much in a line coming down to the first 100 metres. Just trying to separate themselves a little bit is De Bono in 7 and Thompson up in lane 2. So The first 4 swimmers getting through under a minute. So a nice pace to start out this second heat. Timed final, at least, of the 800 metres freestyle for the 15 to 16-year-old boys. So this is our last individual race for the day here at the Brisbane. It's contagious. The Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. And the sun is absolutely shining. And they'll be following their shadows on the bottom of the pool. As De Bono at the 150 metre mark takes them through nicely. Now down to the 200 metre mark. De Bono takes them through on a 201.96. 204.80. Matthew Moran coming back into it. Really impressed with these swimmers. We're giving away a little bit of an inside secret, but we do have a screen in front of us that shows us all the previous splits. And really interesting to see that De Bono not only getting out in front of the field and having that advantage of about 5 metres on Matthew Moran right next to him, but he's the fastest split as well. So he's swimming faster than anyone else. So he's out in the lead and swimming faster. It's not a matter of go out and now I can relax, now I can take the foot off the gas. He's actually continuing to push harder. Now, we're only coming up to the 300 metre mark now, so still 500 to go. There's plenty more. And he's just starting to manage his energy a little bit more as he comes through, breathing to his right, which is going to be an advantage coming down to the final 50. He'll be breathing into the middle of the pool. He'll be able to see what's going on there. So Matthew Moran is closest competitor. Zane Brown out in lane 0, though. It's just very tight. There's nothing really separating 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th even. And 7th in with a mix. So Thomas Balasis, Levi Thompson, Cody Said, Kasai Kojima in lane 5. They're all within a second of each other. So there's a real battle looming in the midfield. But Jackson De Bono swimming out of Hale Club is really making the most now down to the halfway mark.
We obviously were here for the Open, the Australian Open Welshie, and we saw those distance swimmers be really dominant from the 400 to the 800 to the 1500. What do you think that Sam Short is doing that these boys should take note of?
It's probably less, I guess, what he's doing in the race and what he's doing in training. He seems to be able to train his body to sit on that knife edge for a really long time. He doesn't mind the pain. He says that openly, and you can see it in his face. And he's a bit of a mess when he finishes the race. He really throws his body at it. He's mentally so strong as well. He's really happy to push himself early and hold it the best way he possibly can. It's not an easy way to do it. It's less about focusing on, I guess he has to focus on efficiency, but it's less about focusing on that pacing and more about how much am I willing to give, how much am I willing to sacrifice at this point in the race, and what impact will that have on the rest of the race. And I think he has a really good understanding of how big his engine is, what he's capable of, and treading that really fine line between overdoing it and just not putting enough in.
Now, was it the 1500 or the 800 where he was able to split in basically 29s the whole way?
I think it was the 1500 of last night. He was just so consistent every single lap. There was probably 6 or 7 laps that were within 1/100th of a second of each other. It was literal copy-paste, copy-paste, copy-paste swimming as he went by. The rating stayed the same, the time stayed the same. I'm sure the stroke count stayed the same as well, and it's all that stuff that they would practice in training to make sure that he really understands. As Jackson De Bono is trying to make the most of the lead that he gained in that first 400 metres of the race, but very impressively, Matthew Moran is starting to edge him back. He will start to see bubbles off the backs of Jackson De Bono's kick, especially off the walls. Then he'll start to see some feet, then some legs, and then all of a sudden, he's going to get the motivation to see what he can do about passing him. Now, at the moment, Matthew Moran turning through each 50 around 33 seconds per 50. So 33.1, 33.0, 29, 39.9 though, 32.9, if I can say that correctly. And Jackson De Bono closer to the 33.5s, even a 34 on that. So that margin is coming down all the time, and it's a little bit of Matthew Moran taking the pressure up, and Jackson De Bono not having as much to fight with as he burnt it early. Matthew Moran now coming up to the 600 metre mark, 700 metre mark rather, the bells are out, has taken the lead with a big last 200. He splits in a 32.8 and has gained it over a second lead on Jackson De Bono. Third through, Zane Brown up in lane 0. Fourth through right next to him, Thomas Velasquez. So a really strong swim here, Matthew Moran, in pacing his swim. He's got faster and faster each 50. So for the past 300 metres, Moran has negative split at each 50. Each one is faster than the last. He's been able to maintain that since the 500 metre mark. So coming down now with 75 to go, he will inevitably do that very useful tactic once more, and potentially having his fastest 50 of all of them, and he does. He touches the ball on an 8:39.03. So great swim there from Matthew Moran. Jackson De Bono an 8:41.87. Third to the wall was Zane Brown up the top, 8:43.96. Then Kojima getting in fourth. Thompson in for fifth. Velasquez getting touched out for sixth. Set in for seventh. Then Paulson and Pilkington, who had a good battle at the end of the race, for eighth and ninth. So one more heat of the 800 metres freestyle, our final race for this morning. So we've seen the tactics from the previous racing of some of them getting out hard, others taking their time. Really well-paced swim from Matthew Moran in the previous heat of negative splitting that last 300 to 350 metres. And now it's time for the final heat. Swimming out almost by himself in that outside lane, in lane 8, Joshua Collins. He turned 9th at the 50-metre mark, but he's really put on the afterburners here in the second 50. He wants to make a break early. Going with him, though, Brodie Thompson. He turned first at the 50, maintains that. In fact, it's Snyder's, apologies. Snyder's out in lane 8. So they're the only three, the top three getting underneath the minute mark. So it's Bridie from Snyder's, and then Dallas Clevs in lane 2. Skirman in 4th place. and Hayward 5th, Leland 6th, Easman in 7th, and then Kalaki and Collins rounding up the 8th and 9th position. Only early parts of this race, but we often see these gaps just widen as the race goes on.
All these boys in heat number 4 to 15 years of age, so we know there will be a 16-year-old medals, gold, silver and bronze, and they'll be the same for the 15-year-olds. So they've got to produce the best time they can this morning. Bridie leading them through in that 200 and that 201.73 in front of Snyder's out in lane 8 at 203.29. Skirman there in lane number 5 in that 3rd position currently. We've seen a lot of different races, from boys that take it out really hard to those boys that bring it home really strong. So we'll keep watching their splits as they keep continuing on in this race, and we can let you know who's on track to do something great. Bridie's still leading them through in the fastest 50 for a little bit for him, so that 31.58 on that 50. So he's looking very strong and just extending on his lead. Snyder's still in that 2nd position from lane number 8 as they try and find that long, smooth rhythm in this 800.
Well, speaking of that rhythm, obviously interesting chat before about Sam Short and the way that he's approaching this race, but equally so, I think in the distance freestyle, it'd be remiss not to look across the pond, or a bit further than the pond, but across into Europe. The Germans at the moment, Coach Bernd Berghahn, where Moesha Johnson's been training, they've recently had Jonas Leavham, the 17-year-old, broke 14.40 for the first time over the weekend at the Stockholm Open. The Germans really leading the way, as we saw last year. Lucas Martens going toe-to-toe with Sam Short over that 400 freestyle. And speaking with Moesha, the way that they approach that training there is you actually don't do any hard work for the first 2 months of your training. You're solely focused on technique. So Coach Byrne won't take any athlete that is willing to do at least 3 months of the program, because for the first 2 months of that, they're setting up the technique. And when I talk through that, normally the best thing that I can recommend is to go check out Florian Welbrock's Instagram, because they do spend a lot of time in the flume focusing on that early catch and engagement on the lats as a more efficient freestyle stroke. So I would really recommend that. And I know Sammy Short obviously has close ties through to that program. Bailey Armstrong, who's training with Sam Short now, actually went and spent a couple months training in Germany. So potentially we could be seeing a bit more technique work, but these athletes do a fantastic job. It's a very different style to racing to the way that we have done distance freestyle in Australia, where we've lent so deeply on that surf life-saving background to determine our young distance swimmers. And I'll just wonder to see how that will develop in years to come. But if we look at the athlete on screen now, our leader still is Thomas Bridie. He has a very strong technique, you can see, using all of that length in his stroke.
It's also interesting to note that he is doing faster on those even 50s than those odd 50s. So
we've seen this before. What is it? What do you think is that why one way is faster than the other?
Maybe it's just a way of breaking down the race, so they stay switched on to what they're doing. So
it's tenths of a second. It's not half a second or a second or whatever. It's so marginal difference. I don't think it's wind. I don't think it's whatever. Potentially is it the side where he can see his coach. I don't know. We've seen it before though, haven't we?
We have. I think it was Lani Pallister in the 800 or the 1500.
Just as you said it, that was the first time it didn't happen. It was broken. The streak of that odd numbered laps being faster, but it was still definitely a pattern before that.
Well, you can see he's breathing to the right. The coaches are on the left, so maybe when he's going up on those 50s, he's looking to the coach's box, which is next to us on the pool deck here, but it's on that left side to what he's breathing. So he can see now, and maybe he just extends on that because he can see his coach either waving or whistling him on.
Yeah, well, it's all the support. They need all the support they can get in this very grueling 800 metres freestyle, and clearly it makes a difference. So 200 metres to swim here in the final heat of day 2 of the Australian Age Championships here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. And for a chance at a personal best, potentially a chance at a medal for our 15-year-old swimmers. If they're fast enough and no one beats the time tonight, they can get up there. And as we've said, only one classified 15-year-old in the final, so 2 medals to be determined this morning. So it's all up for grabs as the bell goes for Thomas Bridie, and the times drop because the kick is coming in. So we're at the absolute business end of this 800 metres freestyle. Thomas Bridie with an absolutely unassailable lead. I really can't see anyone catching him. Second place is Dallas Cleves right next to him. He touches a good 18 seconds back. Got a real battle for the minor placings. So Des Cleves just a couple of seconds in head of Kolaki. And then 4th place, Lilian. Hayward in for 5th. Skirman in holding 6th. 7th, Snyders. Easman in lane 0 is holding out 8th. And Collins rounding out the 9. So it really is a very mixed bag as they're coming down. 10 metres to swim for Bridie Thomas. And a great way to finish a big morning's action here at the Australian Age Championships. He swims a time of 8:24.04.
The fastest time so far for a 15-year-old. So
wow.
Fackrell, sorry, not Fackrell. I'm getting my boys mixed up. Kreutzberger was the fastest before that in that 8:29.74. So that 8:24.04 puts him in a great position to get that gold or silver tonight in that, that final.
At worst, he's just won himself a silver medal.
Absolutely. A great job from that 4th and final heat.
So our final swimmers come down to touch in the boys 15 to 16 years, 800 freestyle. Oh, very happy Thomas Bridie, and for a good reason. Great time at 8:24, well below his entry time. Not sure what his personal best is. That would have to be it. But based off his entry time, that's almost 25 seconds off that entry time. Incredible swims this morning for day 2 heats. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage.
And don't forget to tune in this evening for the final session. 6 p.m. we'll be kicking off to find out who will be joining Thomas Bridie on the podium and much more. Thanks for joining us on Nine's Wide World of Sports. We'll see you this evening.
This has been another presentation from Nine's Wide World of Sports.